filled his head with dark hints about the Secret Service. I don't think he knew what he was doing. It was Trent's sister who did the medical treatment. She only called in the doctor because nurses, even ex-nurses, are brainwashed to believe that they must have a doctor to nod at them while they make the decisions and do all the work. "Do you think he'll try again?" said Fiona. She blew on her nails. "Not if he knows what's good for his sister. I told him I'd make sure she stood trial if he did a bolt in any direction." "You hate him, don't you? It's a long time since I saw you like this." "I'll bet you scared the daylights out of poor Giles." "I doubt that very much." "You don't know how frightening you can be. You make all those bad jokes of yours, and your face is like a block of stone. That's what made me fall for you, I suppose. You were so damned brutal." "Me?" "Don't keep saying me, darling. You know what a tough bastard you can be." "I hate the Giles Trents of this world. And if that's what you call being tough, I wish like hell there were more tough people like me. I hate the communists and the stupid sods in this country who play their game and think they are just being caring, sharing, wonderful people. I've seen them at close quarters. Never mind the smooth-talking little swines that come over here to visit the TUC or give talks on international friendship. I've seen them back where they come from, back where they don't have to wear the plastic smiles or hide the brass knuckles. You can't run the Soviet Union as though it were the Chelsea Flower Show, darling." I grunted. It was her usual reply to my tirades about the KGB. Fiona, for all her talk of social justice and theories about alleviating third-world poverty, was happy to let the end justify the means, when it suited her arguments. In that, I could recognize the teachings of her father. "But Trent's not really KGB material, is he?" she said. "They told Trent that they'd only need him for 3 years. Well, I suppose that was just to make it easier for him. Trent believed it." She laughed. "I can't imagine that Trent's saying he believed it cut much ice with you. He's not a complete idiot. I think they meant it." "Why?" "How would that make sense?" "And his KGB contact told him to put that radio under the floorboards. That slipped out when we were talking. I'm sure that was true." "So what? Floorboards? I'd only tell one of my agents that if I was hoping he'd get caught. You might as well take a full page in the local paper as hide a clandestine radio under the floor." "I'm still not following you." "They didn't give Trent any goodbye codes," I said. "What are they?" "Numbers he can phone if he's being followed, or his home has been burgled, or he finds a security man going through his desk one morning when he arrives a bit early. They didn't even promise to get him away if anything went wrong." "Can you see Giles Trent living in Moscow, really, darling? KGB procedures are laid down in Moscow. They don't let any local man decide what he thinks will suit the personality of the agent he runs. You don't understand the bloody Russians. All KGB agents have goodbye codes." "Perhaps they decided to change things." "They never change anything." She touched a painted nail very carefully to be sure it was dry. "I'm ready when you are." "Okay." I got to my feet and read the Klestikov data again. "Don't be tempted to take that computer print out from the building," she warned. "Security will go mad." On our wedding anniversary, I wouldn't dare. I fed the computer printout into a shredder and watched the paper worms tumble into the clear plastic bag. "I'll buy it," said Fiona. "Why no goodbye codes or whatever they are? I think Trent has been prepared as a scapegoat. I think they wanted us to catch him. I think they know everything we're saying to him." "Why?" "The lack of any preparations for escape, the mention of 3 years, and then having him hide the radio, a radio he didn't need and was never trained to operate, under the floor. I think he was set up." "What for?" "The only reason I can think of is to hide the fact that they have someone amongst us already." I was expecting her to laugh, but she didn't. She frowned. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Someone at the top." "Have you told Brett this theory?" Dickie thinks we should keep it to ourselves. So Dickie's in on it. Whatever's wrong with Dickie, no one could believe he might be a double agent. The Russians would never employ a twit like him. So I've agreed to keep everything on Trent confidential. Everything. Everything relevant. She moved her head as if trying to see me in a new light. You're hiding material from Brett. Why, that means you're hiding it, in effect, from the DG and the committee. In effect, yes. You've gone crazy, darling. They have a name for what you're doing. They call it treason. It's Dickie's idea. Oh, that's different, she said with heavy irony. If it's Dickie's idea, that's all you need say. You think it's that crazy? She shook her head as if lost for words. I can't believe all this is happening. I can't believe I'm standing here and listening to you spout this absolute and ridiculous nonsense. Let's go and see our son win the Olympics, I said. She said, poor little Billy, he's convinced he's going to win. But you're not, I said. He's a sweet child, said Fiona, but I'm sure he'll finish last. You don't have a drinks cabinet on this level, do you? No alcohol in the Yellow Submarine by order of the DG, said Fiona. For my next birthday, I said, a hip flask. Fiona pretended she hadn't heard. Chapter 17. We got to Billy's school at 7:45, so I went inside without that drink I'd promised myself. It was a typical state school, designed in the 60s by the sort of architect who worked with the radio going. It was a giant shoebox that would have been totally featureless, but for the cracks in the hardboard and the rust dribbles down the walls. This evening of sporting events took place in a huge glass-fronted building adjoining the exercise yard. About 36 dutiful parents, having purchased programmes, were perched on metal folding chairs at the chilliest end of the gymnasium. The young, bearded headmaster, wearing the colourful and voluminous scarf of some provincial university, told us to hurry because we were late, and reminded us that it was forbidden to walk on the wooden floor without gym shoes. Since I had neglected to equip myself with the right shoes, I walked round the gym while the senior boys performed knee bends to the sound of Pink Floyd on a tape recorder that hissed. There was no room for us with the other parents, so I helped Fiona onto a vaulting horse and got up there alongside her. The headmaster gave me a disapproving look, as if he had decided I was the sort of man who might walk back across his polished floor. The first event was the junior relay race. There was a lot of shouting, shoving, and jumping up and down in mock excitement. Fiona put her head close to mine and said, I was thinking about Giles Trent. Was he expecting his sister to call that night he took the overdose? They both say no, but maybe they're both lying. Why should they lie? Him, because he's too public school macho to admit that he'd pull a stunt like that. Why would the sister lie? If she admitted that Trent was expecting her, she'd have to start wondering whether that cry for help was her brother's way of telling her to lay off. Drastic way of telling her, wasn't it? Couldn't he tell her over a cup of tea? His sister is a formidable lady. She is not the sort of woman who would admit that her brother needs sell his soul to provide her with a man. She would have grunted and shrugged and ignored whatever he said. But by that time serious pressure was coming from the department and from his Russian contact. Did he think a suicide attempt would make the Russian lay off? Maybe, I said. I watched the race. Good grief, the energy those kids had. It made me feel very old. Or did he think the suicide attempt would make the department lay off? Fiona had started thinking about the Giles Trent problem, now that it had sexual and emotional aspects. I guess all women are like that. I don't know, darling, I said. I'm just guessing. Your guesses can be pretty good. How many married men get an accolade like that from their wives? I'm just lulling you into a false sense of security, she said. She looked up to watch the hurdles being positioned for the next race. The bearded headmaster was well in evidence. He had a tape measure. He checked the position of everything and marked his approval or disapproval with nods or headshakes. Fiona watched the children parade until she was quite sure that Billy was not anywhere in the teams. Then she returned to the subject of Trent. Giles did it for the sake of his sister. He didn't have to get into it at all, did he? You said the Russian targeted him through the sister. But don't imagine that they hit him when he was cold. Don't think the KGB go to all the trouble they went to without being confident he would buy their proposition. I didn't think of it like that. You think a woman goes after a married man just on the off chance that he's fed up with his wife? No, she checks out her chances of success. I'd almost said Tessa, but I'd recovered myself just in time. What sort of signs would she look for? Some people find it fascinating to think about doing the worst thing they can think of. What would it be like to murder someone? What would it be like to post this stuff off to the Russians? How would it feel to have a vulgar, noisy mistress tucked away in a flat in Bayswater? At first they toy with it because it's so crazy. But one day, that impossible idea starts to take shape. How would I start to do it, they ask themselves, and step by step, the practical planning begins. I take due note of the fact that you haven't told me what signs a woman looks for when she's after a married man. I smiled and applauded the winning hurdler. She didn't let the subject drop. You think Giles got beyond the fantasy stage even before the Russians approached his sister? She asked. Maybe not. But he didn't come running into the security office on the day he discovered exactly what his sister's boyfriend did for a living. Because he'd thought about it. Everyone thinks about it, I said. Mistresses or selling secrets. It's only human to think about such things. So where did Giles go wrong? She asked. He envisaged himself sinning and found he could live with that image of himself. I took out my cigarettes, but the headmaster came over and, smiling, shook his head, so I put them away again. And you couldn't live with the image of yourself snuggled up with the noisy girl in Bayswater? You can't have everything, I said. You can't have the fantasies and the reality. You can't have the best of both worlds. You've just blown a hole in the Liberal Party election platform. No one can serve two masters. You'd think even a bean-brained public school man like Trent would have known that. There was never anything between Brett and me, said Fiona, and touched my hand. I know, I said. Really know? Yes, really know. I wanted to believe it. It was a failing in me, I suppose. I'm so pleased, darling. I couldn't bear the idea of you worrying about me. She turned to look into my eyes. And Brett, of all people, I could never fancy him. When's Billy coming on? I looked at the programme. It must be the next but one, the junior obstacle race. I leaned closer to Fiona and whispered how much I loved her. I could smell the faint perfume of her shampoo as I nuzzled against her hair. No one thought it would last, she said. She hugged me. My mother said I'd leave you within 6 months. She even had a room ready for right up until Billy was born. Did you know that? Yes. Tessa was the only one who encouraged me to marry you. She could see how much I loved you. She could see how much you wrapped me around your finger. What a lovely thought. She laughed at the idea of it. I've always been frightened that some clever little lady will come along and find out how to wrap you around her finger, but I've seen no sign of it so far. The truth of it is, darling, that you're unwrappable. You're just not a ladies' man. What does a ladies' man have to do? You can't be bothered with women. I never worry about you leading a double life. You'd never go to all the trouble needed to tuck that vulgar, noisy mistress away in Bayswater. You sound like Giles Trent. The other day, he told me that Werner Falkman could never be a double agent because he was too lazy. Well, no one could accuse you of being lazy, my darling, but you certainly don't go out of your way to be nice to women. Not to me, not to Tessa, or even your mother. I found these criticisms unreasonable. I treat women just as I treat men, I said. For goodness sake, my darling thick-headed husband, can't you understand that women don't want to be treated just like you treat men? Women like to be fussed over and cherished. When did you ever bring home a bunch of flowers or a surprise gift? It never occurs to you to suggest that we have a weekend away. We're always having weekends away. I don't mean with Uncle Silas and the children. That's just to give Nanny a break. I mean a surprise weekend in Paris or Rome, just the two of us in some lovely little hotel. I never cease to wonder about what goes on in a woman's brain. Whenever I've asked you to come along on a trip, you say you've got too much work to do. I'm not just talking about going with you on one of those damned jobs of yours. You think I want to walk around Berlin while you go off to see some old crony? I'll have to go back there, I said. I heard Dickie talking to Brett about it. What did they say? It was typical of Fiona's caution that she looked round to be quite sure that no one was in earshot. She needn't have bothered. Some of the parents were talking to the head. Some were out in the dark, wind-swept yard calling for their children, while the rest remained in their seats, stoically watching the races. The DG apparently said there was no one else experienced enough to send. Dickie said that they'd soon have to wind up the Brahms net. Brett pretended to agree, but Brett won't survive as a department head without his Brahms 4 source. But for the time being, Dickie and Brett have compromised on the idea that they'll squeeze a couple more years out of him. They think you're the only person who could persuade the network to keep working a little while longer. Keep them working until Brett is retired and Dickie's moved to another desk. Is that what they mean? I dare say it's at the back of their minds. When the Brahms 4 material stops, there'll be a big reshuffle. Someone will have to take the blame. Even if it's just a stroke of fate, they'll still want someone to take the blame. I'm not convinced the Brahms 4 stuff is so bloody earth-shaking, I said. Now and again he's given us some juicy items, but a lot of it is self-evident economic forecasts. Well, Brett guards it with his life, so I don't suppose either of us has seen more than a fraction of the stuff he sends. Even Brett admits that a lot of his messages are simply corroboration of intelligence we already have from other sources. From Brahms 4, we usually have good notice of the Soviet grain deals, but often it arrives after we know the new shipping contracts the Russians have signed. But the type of ships they charter always gives us clear notice of how much grain they'll buy from Argentina and how much they'll be shipping via the Gulf of Mexico. We didn't need Brahms 4 telling us about the Moscow Narodny Bank buying Argentine peso futures. But what did he tell us about the Russian tanks going into Afghanistan? Not a damned whisper. But, darling, you're so unreasonable. The Russians don't need any help from their state bank in order to invade Afghanistan. Brahms 4 can only give us banking intelligence. You think the Russians weren't pouring money into Kabul for weeks before the soldiers went in? You think they weren't buying intelligence and goodwill in Pakistan? And the sort of people you buy in that part of the world don't take Diners Club cards. The KGB must have used silver and gold coins in the sort of quantity that only a bank can supply. They were placing boxes and rubber tyres on the floor for the next race. "Is this Billy?" said Fiona. "What's all that for?" "Yes, this is Billy. He's in the obstacle race." Obstacle race. Only a son of mine would choose that. She said, "Anyway, darling, you and I both know it doesn't matter how good the Brahms material is. That source of information from somewhere in the Soviet-controlled banking world is the sort of intelligence work that even a politician can understand. You can't explain to the minister about electronic intelligence gathering, or show him pictures taken by spy satellites. It's too complicated, and he knows that all that technological hardware belongs to the Americans. But tell the minister that we have a man inside the Moscow Narodny and on their Economics Intelligence Committee, and he'll get excited. Form a committee to process that intelligence, and the minister can talk to the Americans on his own terms. We all know Brett has built an empire on the strength of the Brahms source, so don't start saying it's anything less than wonderful, or you'll become very unpopular. That would be a new experience for me." She smiled, that sweet sort of smile that she used only when she was sure I'd ignore her advice, and said, "I mean really unpopular. "I'll take a chance on that," I said angrily. "And if your friend Brett doesn't like my opinions, he can get stuffed." I overreacted, of course. She knew I was still suspicious of her relationship with Brett. It would have been far smarter just to make soft noises and let her think I suspected nothing. Then I spotted Billy. I waved, but he was too shy to wave back. He just smiled. He was marching round the gym with all the other juniors. I suppose even clumsy boys like Billy were allowed in the obstacle race. It was a relay race, and for some unexplained reason, Billy was first in his team. He scrambled through 2 rubber tyres, zigzagged round a line of plastic cones, and then climbed on a box before beginning his final sprint back to his number 2. He skidded at speed and went full length. When he got up, his face was covered with blood, and blood was spattered on his white vest. His teammates were shouting at him, and he wasn't quite sure which way he was facing. I knew the feeling very well. "Oh, my God!" said Fiona. I prevented her jumping down and running to him. "It's just his nose," I said. "How do you know?" said Fiona. "I just know," I said. "Leave him alone." Chapter 18. Rolf Mauser always turned up where and when he was least expected. "Where the hell have you sprung from?" I said, unhappy to be dragged out of bed by a phone call in the early hours of the morning. Unhappy, too, to be standing ankle-deep in litter, drinking foul-tasting coffee from a machine in London's long-distance bus station of Victoria. "I couldn't wait until morning, and I knew you lived nearby." I'd known Rolf Mauser since I was a schoolboy, and he was an unemployed one-time Wehrmacht captain who scratched a living from the Berlin black market and ran errands for my father. Now he was 66 years old, but he'd not changed much since the last time we'd met, when he was working as a barman in Liesel Hennig's hotel. "Your son Axel said you were in East Berlin." "In a manner of speaking, I still am," said Rolf. "They let us old people out nowadays, you know." "Yes, I know. Have you seen Axel? He worries about you, Rolf." "Rolf, now is it? I remember a time when I was called Herr Mauser." "I can remember a time when you were called Hauptmann Mauser," I reminded him. It was my father who, noting that Mauser's promotion to captain had come only 3 weeks before the end of the war, had addressed him as Hauptmann Mauser. Rolf had glowed with pride. "Hauptmann Mauser." He smiled dutifully, the sort of smile that family groups provide for the amateur photographer. "Yes. Your father knew how to play on a young man's vanity." "Did he, Rolf?" He heard the resentment in my voice and didn't reply. He looked round the bus station as if seeing it for the first time. He wore a brown leather overcoat of the sort that they sold on East Berlin's Unter den Linden, in the shops where only rich Western tourists could afford to buy. Like so many Germans, he liked his clothes tightly fitted. The belted overcoat on this big, round-shouldered man, and the pointed nose that twitched each time he spoke, made him look like an affluent armadillo standing on its hind legs. His face was round, and he had pale skin and tired eyes, the legacy of years of dark bars, late hours, tobacco smoke, and alcohol. There was little sign now of that tough young artillery officer who had won the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross at Venitza on the River Bug in the Red Army's spring offensive of 1944. "Going far, Rolf?" "Did you bring everything?" "You've got a goddamned nerve, Rolf." "You owe me a favor, Bernd." A bus arrived, the sound of its diesel engine amplified by the low entrance arch. It backed carefully into its designated position under the signs, and 6 weary travellers scrambled down to get their luggage, yawning and scratching as if not yet fully awake. "You'll be conspicuous in your Loden hat and leather coat once you get into the British hinterland," I told Mauser. He didn't react to this advice. The driver of the bus got out and wound the roller to change the destination plate to Cardiff. "Give me the packet, Bernd. Save the lectures for young Werner." He twitched his nose. "Getting nervous about this sort of thing. I don't remember you getting nervous in the old days. What the hell do you want with a gun, Rolf? I felt like saying that I was only nervous because I didn't trust Rolf to know what he was doing with a gun. In the old days, Rolf had run messages and told stories of his exploits both in the war and after. God only knows what dark deeds he might once have committed. But for many years, he'd done little more than hide letters and packets under his bar counter and give them to strangers who knew the right password. "Did I ask you what you wanted with the motorcycle that day in Pankov?" he said. It seemed a silly comparison, but Rolf obviously thought it appropriate. Funny that he'd not mentioned some of the other favours he'd done for me. He hadn't risked his life, but he'd risked his job for me more than once, and laying down a job for a friend comes high on my friendship scale. He said, "Do I get the briefcase, or are you going to unpack it all here, in the middle of the bus station?" As a child, I'd been intimidated by Rolf Mauser's appearance, and by the big bushy eyebrows that turned up at the outer ends to give him a fierce demonic appearance. When I'd realized that he brushed his straggly eyebrows upwards to keep them out of his eyes, my fears of Rolf Mauser had vanished, and I saw in him a lonely old man who liked to wallow in memories of his youth. "Suppose I told you I had no money," I said. Behind us, a thin Negro wielded a gigantic broom, sweeping fried chicken bones, ice cream wrappers, and brightly coloured litter before him. Rolf turned and tossed his empty paper cup into the heap as the man brushed it slowly past us. "All British senior staff have £500 in used notes available at home at all times. That's been regulation for years now, Bernd. We both know that." "The briefcase is for you." I passed it to him. "You were always considerate, Bernd." "I don't like it, Rolf." "Why?" "What do you want with a gun, Rolf? Who taught you to crack a safe?" "That wasn't a safe, Rolf. That strongbox where they kept the school reports could have been opened with a knife and fork." "My son Axel said you were a good friend, Bernd." "Did you need Axel to confirm it, Rolf?" "We both know you are a good friend." "Or did you decide I was the only one fool enough to give you money and a gun and ask no questions?" "Good friend. I appreciate it. We all do." "Who are we all?" Rolf Mauser smiled. "We all do, Bernd. Me, Axel, Werner, and the others. And now we owe you something." "Maybe," I said cautiously. Rolf was the sort of man whose favours could get you into a lot of trouble. He put the briefcase down on the ground and held it upright between his ankles while he undid his magnificent leather coat. When he rebuttoned it, he belted it more tightly, as if he hoped that would make him warmer. "Who is Brahms for, Bernd? What's his name?" "I can't tell you, Rolf." "Is he still in Berlin?" "No one knows," I said. It wasn't true, of course, but it was the nearest I could go. "Rumours say Brahms 4 is not working for you any longer. We want to know if he's left Berlin." "What does it matter to you?" I asked. "Because when Brahms 4 is kaput, you'll pay off the Brahms network and close us down. We need to know in advance. We need to get ready." I looked at him for a moment without replying. Rolf Mauser's participation in Brahms was, as far as my information went, recent and minimal. Then the penny dropped. "Because of your rackets, you mean? Because London is supplying you with things you need to keep Werner's import-export racket functioning. You haven't reported that, have you, Bernd?" "I have enough of my own problems without trying to find more," I said. "But London Central aren't here to help you run rackets in East Germany or anywhere else." You didn't always talk that way, Bernd. I remember a time when everyone agreed that Brahms was the best source in Berlin's system, the best by far. Times change, Rolf. And now you throw us to the wolves. What are you saying? You think we don't know that you have a KGB spy here in London Central? Brahms' net is going to be blown any minute. Who says so? Did Werner say it? Werner is not a member of the network. He's not employed by the department at all. Do you know that? It doesn't matter who said it, replied Rolf. So it was Werner. And we both know who told him, don't we, Rolf? I don't know, said Rolf staunchly, although his eyes said different. That bloody wife of his, that bloody Zena, I said. I cursed Frank Harrington and his womanizing. I knew Frank too well to suspect him of revealing to her anything really important. But I'd seen enough of Zena Folkman to know that she'd trade on her relationship with Frank. She'd make herself sound important. She'd feed Werner any wild guesses, rumours and half-truths, and Werner would believe anything he heard from her. Zena worries about Werner, said Rolf defensively. You must be very stupid, Rolf, if you really believe that Zena worries about anything but herself. Perhaps that's because no one else worries about her enough, said Rolf. You'll break my bloody heart, Rolf, I said. I'm afraid we parted on a note of acrimony. When I looked back, he'd still not boarded the bus. I suspected that he had no intention of boarding any bus. Rolf Mauser could be a devious devil. Chapter 19. Some of the most secret conversations I'd ever heard took place not in any of the debugged silent rooms under the department's new offices, but in restaurants, St. James's clubs, or even in the backs of taxicabs. So there was nothing surprising about Dickie Cryer's suggestion that I go to his house about 9 for a confidential chat. A man repairing the doorbell let me in. Dickie's wife, Daphne, was working at home that morning. A large layout pad occupied most of the corner table in the front room. A jam jar of coloured felt-tip pens was balanced on the TV, and scattered across the sofa were scribbled roughs for advertising a new breakfast food. Daphne's art school training was everywhere evident. Brightly painted bits of folk art and crudely woven cushion covers, a primitive painting of Adam and Eve over the fireplace, and a collection of matchbox covers displayed in an antique cabinet. The only personal items in the room were photos. A picture of the Cryers' 2 sons, amid 100 other grim-faced, grey-uniformed boys, in front of the huge Gothic building that was their boarding school. And propped on the mantelshelf, a large, shiny colour photo of Dickie's boat. There was some very quiet Gilbert and Sullivan leaking out of the hi-fi. Dickie was humming. Through the dining area, I could see Daphne in the kitchen. She was pouring hot milk into large chinaware mugs. Looking up, she said, "Ciao," with more than her usual cheerfulness. Did she know her husband had been having an affair with my sister-in-law? Her hair was that straggly mess that only comes from frequent visits to very expensive hairdressers. From what little I knew about women, that might have been a sign that she did know about Dickie and Tessa. "Traffic bad," said Dickie, as I threw my raincoat onto a chair. It was his subtle way of saying I was late. Dickie liked to have everyone on the defensive right from the start. He'd learned such tactics in a book about young tycoons. I secretly borrowed it from his office bookshelf one weekend, so that I could read it too. "No," I lied. "It only took me 10 minutes. He smiled, and I wished I'd not got into the game. Daphne brought cocoa on a dented tin tray advertising Pear's soap. My cup celebrated the silver jubilee of King George V. Dickie complimented Daphne on the cocoa and pressed me to have a biscuit, while she gathered up her pens and paper and retreated upstairs. I sometimes wondered how they managed together. Secret intelligence was a strange bedfellow for a huckster. It was better to be married to a departmental employee. I didn't have to ask her to leave the room every time the office came through on the phone. He waited until he heard his wife go upstairs. "Did I tell you the Brahms network was going to fall to pieces?" It was, of course, a rhetorical question. I was expected to confirm that he'd predicted that very thing with uncanny accuracy 1,000,000 times or more. But I looked at him straight-faced and said, "You may have done, Dickie. I'm not sure I remember." For Christ's sake, Bernard, I told Brett only 2 days ago. So what's happened? The people have scattered. Frank is here. Frank is here? Don't just repeat what I say. Yes, damn it, Frank is here. In London. He's upstairs, taking a bath and cleaning up. He arrived last night and we've been up half the night talking. Dickie was standing at the fireplace, with fingers tapping on the mantel-shelf and one cowboy boot resting on the brass fender. Aren't you going into the office? I cradled the cocoa in my hands, but it wasn't very hot, so I drank it. I hate cold cocoa. Dickie tugged at the gold medallion hanging round his neck on a fine chain. It was a feminine gesture, and so was the artful smile with which he answered my question. I said, Brett will know Frank is in London. If you are missing from the office, he'll put 2 and 2 together. Brett can go to hell, said Dickie. Are you going to drink your cocoa? It's real chocolate, actually, said Dickie. Our neighbours across the road brought it back from Mexico and showed Daphne how the Mexicans make it. I recognised Dickie's way of saying he didn't like it. Here's health, I said, and drank his cocoa too. His mug was decorated with rodents, named Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. It was smaller than mine. I suppose Daphne knew he didn't much like cocoa, the way Mexicans fixed it. Yes, Brett can go to hell, repeated Dickie. The gas fire wasn't on. He gently kicked the artificial log with the tip of his boot. If Dickie was hell-bent on a knock-down, drag-out fight, my money would be on Brett Rensselaer. I didn't say that. I didn't have to. This is all part of your plan to keep Brett out of things. Our plan, said Dickie, our plan. I still haven't had that confidential memo you promised me. Oh, for God's sake, I'm not going to let you down. From upstairs there came the sound of the rolling stones. It's Daphne, explained Dickie. She says she works better to music. So, what is Frank up to? Why come here to whisper in your ear? Why not report to the office? Again came Dickie's artful smile. We both know that, Bernard. Frank is after my job. Frank is 100 years old and waiting for retirement. But retiring from my desk would give him another few thousand a year on his pension. Retiring from my desk, Frank would be sure of a CBE or even a K. Have you been encouraging Frank to think he's getting your job? There's not a chance of it at his age. Dickie frowned. Well, don't let's rake that over, at least not for the time being. If Frank has unspoken ambitions, it's not for us to make predictions about them. You follow me, don't you? Follow you? I'm way ahead of you. Frank helps you to get rid of Brett Rensselaer, then you get Brett's job and Frank gets yours. Except that Frank won't get yours. You've got an evil mind, said Dickie, without rancour. You always think the worst of everyone around you. And the distressing thing about that is the way I'm so often proved right. Well, take it easy on Frank, he's shaken. Dickie was, of course, exaggerating wildly, both about the disintegration of the Brahms net and about Frank Harrington's morale. Frank came downstairs 10 minutes later. He looked no worse than I would have looked after sitting up with Dickie all night. He was freshly shaved, with 2 tiny cuts where he'd trimmed the edges of his blunt-ended moustache. He wore a chalk-striped 3-piece suit, clean shirt and Oxford shoes, polished to a glass-like finish. And he was waving that damned pipe in the air. Frank was tired and hoarse with talking, but he was an expert at making the best of himself, and I knew he'd display no sign of weakness in front of Dickie and me. Frank seemed pleased to see me. I'm glad you're here, Bernard. Has Dickie put you in the picture? I've told him nothing, said Dickie. I wanted him to hear it from you. Drinking chocolate, Frank? Frank looked quickly at his gold wristwatch. A small gin and tonic wouldn't go amiss, Dickie, if it's all the same to you. It's cocoa, Frank, I said. Made the way they drink it in Mexico. You said you liked it, said Dickie defensively. I loved it, I said. I drank 2 of them, didn't I? "If you've got Plymouth gin," said Frank, "I'll have it straight, or with bitters." He went over to the fireplace and knocked out his pipe. When Dickie came back from the drinks wagon and saw the charred tobacco ashes in the hearth, he said, "Christ, Frank, can't you see that that's a gas fire?" He handed Frank the gin and then went down on his knees at the fireplace. "Oh, I'm awfully sorry," said Frank. "It looks just like a real open fire," said Dickie, as he used one of Daphne's discarded breakfast food ruffs to marshal the pipe dottle into a tiny heap that could be hidden under the artificial log. "I'm sorry, Dickie, I really am," said Frank, as he sat back on the sofa with a yellow oilskin tobacco pouch on his knees. He looked at me and nodded before sipping his gin. Then, in a different sort of voice, he said, "It could become bad, Bernard. If you're going over there, this would be the time to do it." "How bad?" Dickie got to his feet and slapped his hands against his legs to get rid of any ash on his fingers. "Bloody bad," said Dickie. "Tell him how you first found out what was going on." "I'm not sure I know what is going on yet," said Frank. "But the first real sign of trouble came when I had a call from the police liaison chap in Bonn. The border guards at Hitzacker in Lower Saxony had fished a fellow out of the Elbe. He'd got over the wall and across all those damned minefields and border obstacles and into the river. He was just about done in, but he wasn't injured in any way. From the West German police report, I gathered there'd been no sounds of shooting or anything from the other side. It was as near as you can get to a perfect escape." "Lucky man," said Dickie. "Or a well-informed one," said Frank. "The border runs along the northeast bank of the river there, so the East Germans can't put obstacles and man-traps in the water. That's why the DDR keep bellyaching about the way the border should run along the middle of the Elbe. Meanwhile, it's a good place to try and escape." "A border crossing? Why did Bonn get involved? And why did anyone call you?" "Bonn got interested when the interrogator at the reception centre found that the SKP was an East German customs official." Frank looked at me as if expecting a reaction. When I gave none, he spent a few moments trying to light his pipe. "An East German customs official," he said again, and waved the match in the air to extinguish it. He almost tossed the dead match into the fireplace, but remembered in time and placed it on the large Shinzano ashtray that Dickie had put at his elbow. "Max Binder, one of our people. A Brahms network man." Dickie had had a whole night of Frank's measured storytelling, and now he tried to hurry things along. When Frank put in the usual contact string for the rest of the Brahms network, next morning he got no response from anyone. "I didn't say that, Dickie," said Frank pedantically. "I got messages from 2 of them." "You didn't get messages," said Dickie, even more pedantically. "You got 2 out-of-contact signals." Dickie had decided that the failure of the Brahms network was his big chance, and he was determined to write the story his own way. Frank grunted and sipped his gin. Dickie said, "Those bastards have been working a racket with the import bank credits and making a fortune out of it, and Brett's probably been authorizing false papers and the contacts and everything they needed." "Werner keeps complaining about the false papers," I said. "That was just to put us off the scent," said Frank. "The false papers were what they needed more than anything else." "We've had a lot of unofficial complaints from the DDR about antisocial elements given aid and assistance," I said. Frank looked up from his pipe and said sharply, "I resent that, Bernard. You know only too well that those East Germans keep up a regular bombardment of complaints along those lines. How the hell was I to know that this time their cocktail party diatribes were based on fact?" Dickie could not restrain a grim smile, and he turned away to hide it. The Brahms network being no more than a criminal gang manipulating the department for its own profit must surely be enough to bring Brett Rensselaer crashing to the ground. And into the bargain, Brett would lose his Brahms 4 source. "Frank says he expects the DDR to prefer murder charges against them," Dickie added. "Who? Where?" I said. I immediately thought of Rolf Mauser, and was sufficiently surprised to allow my consternation to show. I'd been worrying about the way I'd urged Brett to OK a rollover loan for Werner. Would he suspect that I was part of this racket? To cover myself, I got up and went over to the drinks wagon. "Okay if I pour myself a drink, Dickie?" "Has anyone been in touch with you?" Frank asked me. "Rolf Mauser's son thinks he went to Hamburg. My bet would be London." "Anyone else?" I said, holding up the gin bottle. No. No one's contacted me up to now." Frank returned my gaze for a moment before shaking his head. "No," he said. "I only said that murder charges would be the next step if the net's been penetrated. It's a device the DDR use for fugitives," he explained. "A murder charge automatically makes a fugitive Category 1. It gets their descriptions circulated by teleprinter, and the call goes out to the armed forces as well as all the police services and the border guards. And of course there's always more chance of a murderer being reported by the public. These days the man in the East German street has become rather tolerant of black marketeers." Frank looked at me again. "Right, Bernard?" I sipped a little of the gin I'd poured for myself and wondered to what extent Frank guessed that I'd seen Rolf or one of the network. Dickie wasn't suspicious. He could obviously think of nothing except of how to use this new situation for his own advancement. But Frank had known me since I was a child. It was not so easy to fool Frank. "It had to come," said Frank. "Brahms have been no use to us except to channel back material from Brahms 4. They've got into mischief, and now they're in trouble. We've seen it happen before, haven't we?" "You say they're running, without backup or any support or anything from us?" "No, that's Dickie's interpretation. They might simply be taking cover for a couple of days," said Frank. "It's what they do when the security forces are having a routine shakeout." "But no matter how routine the shakeout," I said, "they might be picked up. And Normannenstrasse will give them an offer they can't resist and maybe blow another network or so. Is that what you're thinking, Frank?" "What kind of offer they can't resist?" said Dickie. I didn't answer, but Frank said, "The Stasis will make them talk, Dickie." Dickie poured himself a drink. "Poor bastards. Max Binder, old Rolf Mauser. Who else?" "Let's leave the mourning until we know they're in the bag," I said. "Where's Max Binder now?" "He's still in the reception centre in Hamburg. The interrogation people won't let us have him until they're through." "I don't like that, Frank," said Dickie. "I don't like some little German interrogator grilling one of our people. Get him out of there right away." "We can't do that," said Frank. "We have to go through the formalities." "Our Berlin people don't go into the reception centre," said Dickie. Patiently, Frank explained. "Berlin is still under Allied military occupation, so in Berlin we can do things our way. But things that happen in the Federal Republic have to go through the State BFV office and then through Cologne, and these things take time." "When did you see him, Frank?" Daphne Cryer tapped and put her head round the door. "I'm off to the agency now, darling. We're auditioning 10-year-olds for the TV commercial. I can't leave my assistant to face that horde of little monsters on her own." She was wearing a broad-brimmed hat, long blue cloak and shiny boots. She had changed her image since her visit to Silas, in floral pinafore and granny glasses. "Bye-bye, darling," said Dickie, and kissed her dutifully. "I'll phone you at the office if I'm working late again." Daphne gave me an affectionate kiss, too. "You men are always working late," she said archly. Now I was convinced she knew about Dickie and Tessa. I wondered if her amazing outfit was also a reaction to Dickie's infidelity. Only after we'd all watched Daphne climb into her car and drive away did Frank answer my question. "The positive identification was enough for me," said Frank. "No sense in trailing all the way out to some godforsaken hole in Lower Saxony. I wasted all next day trying to contact the rest of them." "Daphne's forgotten to take her portfolio," said Dickie, picking up a flat leather folder from the table where she'd put it while kissing him. "I'll phone her office and tell them to send a motorcycle messenger." It was the sort of solicitude shown only by unfaithful husbands. Dickie left the room to make his phone call from the hall. His loud voice was muffled by the frosted glass panel. "You'd better tell me the real story," I told Frank, while Dickie's phoning. "What do you mean?" "A DDR customs man swimming across the Elbe would excite the police liaison man in Bonn like a plate of cold dumplings. And even if this discovery did get him so animated, why would he think of you as someone who must be told immediately?" Frank didn't respond, so I pushed. "Police liaison in Bonn aren't given any phone numbers for SIS Berlin, Frank." I thought even Dickie would sniff at that one. "They went to Max Binder's home to arrest him." "On what charge?" "We don't know. It must have been something to do with their forfeit racket. His wife was home. She got a message to him and he cleared out quickly." "You got this from Max Binder?" "I got it from someone who was told by Werner," admitted Frank. "Werner is in no danger. There's no evidence that anyone but Binder was involved, and Max Binder escaped by swimming the Elbe at Hitzacker, just as I described. He's still in the reception centre. I want to contact Brahms 4, but no one will tell me how." From the hall, I could still hear Dickie's voice. He had explained in considerable detail what the portfolio contained and from where it had to be collected, but now he was worrying if a motorcycle messenger would be able to carry it. The doorbell rang twice, and Dickie shouted to tell the electrician to stop testing it. "You got it from someone who told Werner," I repeated. "And who was that, Frank?" "Zena told me," said Frank, prodding about in the bowl of his pipe so that he wouldn't have to meet my stare. "She's a captivating creature, and I adore the little thing. She has to see Werner from time to time. She filled in some details of this Max Binder story." He sucked at his pipe, but no smoke came. "I see. You know about me and Zena Folkman, don't you?" He probed into the bowl of his pipe. When he was sure that the tobacco was not alight, he put the pipe into his top pocket and took a swig at his drink. "Yes, I know, Frank. I guess she gave you that box of papers that I came to Berlin to look at." "It was genuine," said Frank. "All too bloody genuine," I agreed. "It was straight from Moscow Centre. Top-grade stuff carefully selected to make it look as if Giles Trent was their only man in London." "Where did she get it from?" "Zena knows a lot of people," said Frank. "She knows too many people, Frank. Too many of the wrong people. It's better that we don't go into all that with Brett and everyone at London Central. Zena is obviously in on this racket that Brahms have been running." "It's possible," said Frank. He finished his gin and licked his lips. "It's not possible, Frank. It's all too bloody obvious. That girl's been making a fool of you. She's been in league with Werner and all the others all the time." "You're trying to tell me that your pal Werner was pimping for his own wife?" Frank's voice was harsh. He was determined to forego his own illusions, only by destroying mine, too. "I don't know," I said. "Perhaps the break-up with Werner came first. Then she found herself with something she could sell to the Brahms net, and Werner was the only contact with them she had." "Sell what to the Brahms net?" Frank was uneasy now. He clipped and unclipped the flap of his yellow tobacco pouch and studied the tobacco as if it was of great interest to him. "Information, Frank." "You're not suggesting that I told her anything that could become critical?" "We'd better find out, Frank," I said. "We'd better find out damned soon. We've got field agents who must be warned if Zena Folkman has been providing your pillow talk to men who might wind up in Normannenstrasse." "Don't let's overreact," said Frank. "I get information from her. She gets none from me." "It won't seem like overreaction to me, Frank," I said, "because I'm going to be there. I'm going to be on the wrong side of Charlie, pulling your chestnuts out of the fire and trying to dance quickly enough to keep the Stasis a jump or two behind me. So just to make sure Zena doesn't hear about my travel plans, I'm going to keep well clear of you and your extramarital activities, Frank. Don't be a fool, Bernard. Do you think any of those clowns you drink with in Steglitz would know how to get you through the wire safely. Do you think any of those kids you were at school with know the town as well as I know it? I've spent most of my life reading about, looking at, and talking to Berliners. I get my information from a million different sources, and I study it. That's what I do, all day long, Bernard. I know Berlin like a librarian knows his shelves of books, like a dentist knows a patient's mouth, like a ship's engineer knows the bits and pieces of his engine. I know every square inch of that stinking town, from palace to sewer. You know the town, Frank. You know it better than anyone. I'll admit that. Frank looked at me quizzically. For God's sake, he said suddenly. You're not saying you don't trust me. He stood up to face me and banged his chest with a flattened hand. This is Frank Harrington you're talking to. I've known you since you were a tiny tot. Let it go, Frank, I said. I won't, said Frank. I told your father I'd look after you. I told him that when you joined the department, and I told him it at the very end. I said I'd look after you, and if you're going over the other side, you're going to do it my way. I'd never seen Frank get so emotional. Let me think about it, I said. I'm serious, said Frank. You go my way, or you're not going. It was a way of avoiding it, and for a moment I felt like taking the opportunity. My way, or I'll veto it. From the hall I could hear Dickie telling the electrician that he was charging too much to fix the bell. Then Dickie put his head round the door and borrowed a fiver from me. It's the black economy, explained Dickie as he took the money. You can only get things done if you pay spot cash. OK, Frank, I said, when Dickie had gone. We'll do it your way. Just you and me, said Frank. I'll get you over there. He didn't promise to get me back again, I noticed. Dickie is keeping everything very tight, I said. Did he tell you that? Frank was examining his oilskin pouch again to see how much tobacco he had left. You can't go wrong that way, he said. Not even Brett, I said. It's coming from someone, said Frank. It's coming from someone with really good access to material. I didn't say anything. Such a remark from Frank was lèse majesté, and I could think of nothing to reply. I looked at the clock over the fireplace and wondered aloud if that was really the time. I told Frank to come and have dinner with us sometime, and he promised to phone if he could fit it in. Then I shouted goodbye to Dickie, who was still on the phone, explaining that Daphne's folio of breakfast food roughs was vitally important. It was a contention that someone on the other end of the phone seemed to doubt. Of the departmental safe houses in which to meet Giles Trent, I had chosen the betting shop in Kilburn High Road. The girl behind the counter nodded as I came in. I pushed past 3 men who were discussing the ancestry of a racehorse and went through a door marked Staff Only, and upstairs to a small front room. Its window overlooked the wide pavement, where a number of second-hand bathtubs and sinks were displayed. You're always in time for the coffee, said Trent. He was standing at a wooden bench. Upon it there was a bottle of Jersey milk, a catering-sized tin of Sainsbury's powdered coffee, and a bag of sugar, from which the handle of a large spoon protruded. Trent was pouring boiling water from an electric kettle into a chipped cup with the name Tiny painted on it in nail varnish. No matter how long I wait for you, the moment I decide to make coffee, you arrive. Something came up, I said vaguely. For the first time I could see Trent as the handsome man who was so attractive to Tessa. He was tall, with a leonine head. His hair was long and wavy. It was not greying in that messy, mousy way that most men's hair goes grey. It was streaked with silver, so that he looked like the sort of Italian film star who got cast opposite big-titted teenagers. I really don't think it's necessary for us to go through this amazing rigmarole of meeting here in this squalid room. His voice was low and resonant. Which squalid room would you prefer? I said, taking a cup from those arranged upside down on the draining board at the sink. I put boiling water, coffee powder, sugar, and milk into it. "My office is no distance from yours," said Trent. "I come across to that building several times a week in the normal course of my work. Why the devil should I be making myself conspicuous in this filthy betting shop in Kilburn?" "The thing I don't like about powdered coffee," I said, "is the way it makes little islands of powder. They float. You get one of those in your mouth and it tastes horrible." "Did you hear what I said?" "I didn't realize you wanted an answer," I said. "I thought you were just declaiming about the injustice of life. If you put the coffee in first, then poured the hot water on it a little at a time, it would dissolve. Then you put the cold milk in." "I was never much good at cooking," I said. "First of all, you are not nearly as conspicuous going into a broken-down betting shop in Kilburn as you like to think. On race days, that shop downstairs is crowded with men in expensive suits who put more on a horse than you or I earn in a year. As to your point that it would be better security procedure for us to meet in my office or yours, I can only express surprise at your apparent naivete." "What do you mean?" "Security from who?" I said. "Or, as you might put it, from whom? What do you think is secure about meeting in that office of yours, with all those Oxford graduates staring at us with wide eyes and open mouths? You think I've forgotten the way I had a procession of chinless crustaceans coming in and out of your office the last time I was over there, each one staring at me to see if people from SIS wore their six-shooters on the hip or in shoulder harness?" "You imagine things," said Trent. "I do," I said. "That's what I'm paid to do, imagine things. And I don't need to spend a lot of time imagining what could happen to you if things went sour with Klestakov. You might be a world authority on making instant coffee, but you'll be safer if you leave the security arrangements to me." "Don't give me that security lecture all over again," he said. "I don't want a 24-hour guard on my home or special locks on the doors and windows." "Then you're a bloody fool," I said. We were both standing by the wooden table as we talked. There were only hard little wooden chairs in the room. It was more restful to stand up. "Klestakov didn't turn up," said Trent. He was looking out the window, watching a young woman with a baby in her arms. She was watching people as they walked past. Most of them walked on with tight, embarrassed expressions on their faces. "She's begging," said Trent. "I thought those days had gone forever." "You spend too much time in Mayfair," I said. "So who came?" "And no one gives her anything. Do you see that? So who came?" "To the meeting at Waterloo Station." "No one came." "They always send someone," I said. "And keep well back from the window. Why do you think we put net curtains up?" No one arrived. I did it exactly by the book. I arrived under the big four-faced clock at 7 minutes past the hour, and then went back 2 hours later. Still no one. Then I went to the standby rendezvous. "Where was that?" "Selfridge's, food department, near the fresh fish counter. I did it exactly as arranged." "Moscow Centre like to stick to tried and true methods," I said. "We arrested one of their people under that damned clock back in 1975. I went to the window where he stood and watched the woman begging. A man wearing a dark raincoat and grey felt hat was reaching into his inside pocket. "She's had luck at last," said Trent. "I wondered why she didn't stand outside Barclays Bank, but I suppose a betting shop is better." "Can't you spot a plainclothes cop when you see one?" I said. "To beg or gather arms in a public place is an offence under the Vagrancy Act of 1824, and by having the baby with her, she can be charged under the Children and Young Persons Act, too." "The bastard," said Trent. "The plainclothes cop is there because this is a safe house," I said. "He doesn't know that, of course, but he knows that this is a Home Office notified premises. The woman doesn't beg regularly, or she'd have learned to keep clear of betting shops, because betting shops attract crooks, and crooks bring cops." "Are you saying the woman is working for the KGB, and they are keeping this SIS safe house under observation?" I didn't answer his question. They must have thought you were being followed, Trent. That's the only explanation for Klestakov failing to show up. The Russians always show up at a rendezvous. Tell me again about the previous meeting. You're right. The police cars arrived, and they're putting her into it. He looked at me and said, It went very well. I told Klestakov that I might be able to get my hands on the Berlin system, and he went crazy at the thought of it. He took me to dinner at some fancy club in Curzon Street and insisted that we order a big meal and a very expensive claret. I'm not all that fond of fancy French food, but he obviously wanted to keep me sweet. That's why I can't understand why the embassy have cut me. Not the embassy, I said. Just the KGB section of the embassy. They have a motive. You can be quite sure that the Russians always have a motive for everything they do. You said they work out of Moscow for everything. Did I? Well, if I said that, I was right. The London section chief wouldn't change his underwear until Moscow Centre have approved the kind of soap the laundry use. But why would Moscow tell them to cut me? And if they were going to drop me, why not tell me so? I don't know, Giles, old friend. Don't call me Giles, old friend, in that sarcastic way. You'll have to put up with me calling you Giles old anything in any way I choose for the time being, I said. Because if Moscow Centre have decided to drop you, it might not simply be a matter of them leaving you off the list of people invited along for vodka and caviar and a film showing about the hydroelectric plant at Kuibyshev. No? It might mean they will get rough, I told him. He took this suggestion very calmly. Would you like to hear what I think? I'd like to hear it very much, I said. I was being sarcastic, but Trent didn't notice. I think you had Klestakov picked up. Picked up? By special branch, you mean? Special branch, or your own duty arresting officer, or perhaps by some agency or department distanced from you? What sort of agency distanced from us could I have used to pick up Klestakov? The CIA? You're talking like an 18-year-old anti-nuke demonstrator. You know we'd not let the bloody CIA pick up anyone in this country, and you know very well that there are no agencies distanced from us or undistanced from us that could take a Russian national into custody. No one ever gets a straight answer from you bully boys, said Trent. Are you drunk, Trent? I said, going closer to him. Of course not. Christ, it's not even lunchtime. Why the hell shouldn't I have a drink if I fancy one? I'm doing all your dirty work for you, aren't I? Who will get a medal and promotion if we pull the wool over the eyes of old Klestakov? You will. You and Dickie bloody Cryer and all that crowd. I grabbed him by the lapel and shook him until his head rolled. Listen to me, you creep, I said softly. The only dirty work you're doing is clearing up your own shit. If you take another drink before I give you my permission, I'll get a custody order and lock you away where you can't put agents' lives at risk. I'm not drunk, he said. He had in fact sobered up now that I'd shaken his brains back into operation. If I lose one agent, I'll kill you, Trent. He said nothing. He could see I was serious. They're your friends, aren't they? He said. They're your Berlin school friends. Oh! I shouldn't have hit him at all, but it was only a little jab in the belly, and it helped him to sober up still more. I picked up the phone and dialed our federal emergency number. I recognized the voice at the other end. Peter, this is Bernard. I'm in the Coach and Horses. All our safe houses had pub names. And I need someone to get a male drunk home and look after him while he sobers up. And I don't want anyone whose heart can be broken by a sob story. I put the phone down and looked at Trent. He was sitting on one of the hard chairs, holding his belly and crying silently. You'll be all right, I told him. Save your tears for Klestakov. If he's no longer any use to them, they'll send him home and give him the sort of job that will encourage the ones still here to to work harder. Chapter 20. As usual, Rolf Mauser arrived at a bad time. I was watching a very good BBC documentary on model railways. The children were upstairs playing some kind of jumping game, and Fiona was in the kitchen, arguing with the nanny about her wages. I brought Rolf Mauser into the living room and offered to take his leather overcoat from him, but he waved me away testily. "Are you all right, Rolf?" I said.
"Give me a whiskey."
He looked pale. I gave him a big scotch, and he sat down and stared at the trains on TV with unseeing eyes. Light spilling from the table lamp beside him showed a fresh cut on his ear. Even as I noticed that, his hand went up to touch his head. He winced with pain as he found some tender places. "You all right, Rolf?" All his self-confidence seemed to have gone. Even those demonic eyebrows were sagging a little.
"I'm 66 years old, Bernd, and I'm still alive."
"You're a tough old bastard, Rolf." His shoes were scuffed, and his leather coat had dirty marks on the front. He took paper tissues from a box on the table and cleaned himself up a bit. The little trains on TV were making a lot of noise. I used the remote control to switch the sound off. Rolf Mauser looked round furtively and then pulled a brown paper bag from his pocket. He passed it to me.
"You said you'd get rid of it."
I took a bundle from the bag. Unwinding a heavy woolen scarf, I found my revolver inside. I broke it and sniffed at the breech. There was no smell except that of fresh, thin oil. It had been scrubbed clean. Rolf must have been a good soldier.
"You said you'd get rid of it," he repeated.
I shook the bag. Inside there were 3 bullets and 3 used brass cases. "What have you been doing, Rolf?"
"Get rid of it, I say."
I put the gun and the scarf into the brown paper bag again, and I locked it into the desk where I kept unpaid bills, Fiona's jewellery, and letters from the bank about my overdraft. Rolf turned to watch what I was doing. He said,
"I'm going back tonight. Could you lend me a car to go to Harwich?"
"I'd better know what it's all about," I said.
"Yes or no?"
he said. "There's a blue Mini outside. What time do you have to be there?"
"Give me a strong envelope and I'll put the keys in the post to you and tell you where it's parked."
"You're too late for the Hamburg boat," I said. He looked up at me without replying. I doubt if he had any intention of leaving via the cross-channel ferry from Harwich. Rolf's way of keeping secrets was to confide endless untruths to anyone who'd listen. "I'll get the keys," I said. "It's the nanny's car, so be careful with it."
"Can you find a hat for me, Bernd? I've lost mine."
I came back with a selection of headgear. He took a cloth cap and tried it on. It fitted him well enough to hide his cuts and shadow his face. "You stole the car," I said, as I pulled the hat down lower on his head. "You came to see me, found the keys in the car, and drove away without coming to the door."
"Sure, Bernd, sure."
"No one will believe you, but stick to that story and I'll do the same."
"I said yes,"
he said irritably. "What's happening to the Brahms net?"
"Nothing."
"Max Binder swam the Elbe."
"Max lost his nerve,"
he said. "Who else lost their nerve?"
"Not me,"
he said, looking me in the eyes. Confidence or no confidence, he was still as ferocious as ever.
"I deal with problems as they come up. I don't go swimming across the Elbe and leaving my wife and kids to face the music."
"The rest of the Brahms all in place?" "London are worried."
"A slight hiccup,"
he said.
"Brahms had that slight hiccup that the economists talk about when their miscalculations have thrown 500,000 people out of work."
It was the sort of bitter joke for which he permitted himself a twisted smile. "Let's hope the hiccup doesn't become whooping cough." It was gasping cough in German. Rolf Mauser nodded.
"We took precautions," he said. "We've long ago learned that London cannot protect us."
I let the criticism go. The Brahms net was old and tired. It should have been dismantled years before, Just as the information from Brahms 4 was all that made them worthwhile to London, so this damned import-export racket was their sole reason to continue going through the motions. It was a marriage of convenience, and, like all such marriages, it depended upon the self-interest of both parties. Rolf helped himself to another drink, a large one. Then he got to his feet, buttoned up his coat, and announced his departure. "Don't stop and ask a cop which way to go," I advised. "Breathe that booze over him and you'll end up in a police cell." "I'll take my chances," he said. "I like being on my own, Bernd. I never did like doing things the way it's written in the book. Your father knew that." "Have you got English money?" "Go back to your TV," he said, "and tell your wife I'm sorry I couldn't stay." "She'll understand," I said. He smiled his twisted smile again. Even from before I married her, he'd never been able to get along with Fiona. Rolf had been gone 3 hours or more by the time the phone rang, with the call from Dickie. "Where are you?" he said. "Where am I? Where the hell do you think I am? I'm at home. I'm sitting in front of the TV, trying to decide whether to switch the heating back on and watch the late-night movie." "The way they patch these calls, you can't be sure where anyone is these days," grumbled Dickie vaguely. "What is it?" I said. The film had already started, and I didn't want a long chat with him about my Berlin expenses or the new car. "Has anyone been in touch with you?" he asked. On the TV screen, the titles gave place to a small steamer chugging across a bright blue lake. "No one." "You called someone from security to take Giles Trent back to his home today?" At the bow of the steamer, there were 3 men in white suits, leaning over the rail, peering into the water. "Trent had been drinking," I said. "He was being abusive and accusing us of arresting Klestakov, his embassy contact." "Who answered the phone?" "In the security office, that kid with the moustache. Peter, I don't know his last name." "Did he have any trouble with Trent?" "Look, Dickie," I said, "I decide when someone with an orange file needs to be picked up and taken home. Trent can complain to the DG if he wants, but if I get any more flack from that bastard, I'll lock him up again."
Let your thoughts drift softly with this music as we pause the story and invite you into a moment of stillness. We're honored to have you here.
And there's nothing anyone can do about that except take me off it, and that's a development I wouldn't mind at all. I don't enjoy it, you know. "I know all that," said Dickie. "And if they move me, it will be egg on your face, Dickie." "Don't get hot under the collar," said Dickie placatingly. "No one is blaming you. You did everything that could be done. Everyone is agreed on that." "What are you talking about, Dickie?" "This fiasco with Trent. The bloody newspapers will start implying that we did it. You know that. And the only way we can argue with them is by telling them more than we want Moscow to know." "Would you start again, please?" I said. "Did anyone phone to tell you that Trent's been killed?" "When?" "How?" "Late this afternoon or early evening. Someone climbed over the garden wall at the back and shinned up the drainpipe to get into an upstairs window that had been left unlocked. Special branch let us have someone to write up a preliminary docket." "Trent is dead." "Shot. He was in the shower." "The curtain was drawn across to save any chance of blood splashing on the killer. At least that's what the special branch detective says. None of the neighbours heard the shot. With the television showing nothing but cops and robbers, you could use a machine gun nowadays without anyone noticing the noise." "Any idea who did it?" Dickie gave a tiny, derisive hoot. "You joking? The report says the bullets hit the bathroom wall with abnormally low velocity. The ballistics boys say the bullets had been specially prepared by experts. They'd had a proportion of their powder removed." Well, that sounds like a laboratory job, eh? That's our KGB friends, I think. Why did they do that, Bernie? So they don't go through the next 2 or 3 houses and spoil the neighbour's television. Who found him? His sister. She let herself in with her own key. She'd come to see if he was okay after that business with the sleeping pills. If it hadn't been for that, we wouldn't have discovered the body until tomorrow morning. I'd always suspected that Trent was queer, didn't you? I mean, him never being married. But giving the sister a key to the house makes that unlikely, wouldn't you say? Anything else, Dickie? What? No. But I thought I should ask you if he was acting normally when he left you this morning. I can't help you, Dickie, I said. Well, I know you've got an early start in the morning. Frank says wrap up well. It's cold in Berlin. After I rang off, I returned to my desk. When I unwrapped the pistol, I found a series of holes in the woolen scarf. Rolf Mauser had wrapped the gun in it before shooting Trent. A revolver can't be silenced any other way. I had to use a magnifying glass for a clear sight of the marks left on the bullet cases by the process of hand-loading. There was no doubt that the bullets had been specially prepared by someone with gunsmith's tools and a powder measure. I sat down and looked at the TV before switching off. The steamer was sinking. The men were drowning. I suppose it was some kind of comedy. Chapter 21. It was very, very dark, and Frank Harrington was being ultra-cautious, using the electric lamp only to show me a safety well into which I might fall, or large puddles, or the rails when we had to get across to the other side of the railway track. There is a curious smell in Berlin's underground railway system. It brings to mind the stories about engineers blasting the locks of the canal between Schöneberger and Mockern bridges in those final hours of the war, so that the tunnels flooded to drown civilians, German soldiers, and Russians alike. Some say there was no flooding, just leaks and water that came through the damaged bulkheads that guards the Friedrichstrasse U-Bahn station from the cold waters of the Spree. But don't deny those nightmares to anyone who has picked his way over the cross ties in the darkness after the trains have stopped, for he will tell you about the ghosts down there, and the curious smell remains. Frank moved forward very slowly, talking softly all the while so that I would know where he was. Half the passengers on the underground trains going from Moritzplatz to Wolterstrasse don't even realize that they actually go under East Berlin and back into the west again. Are we under the east sector yet? I asked. On this section of line they do know, of course. The trains stop at Friedrichstrasse station and the passengers are checked. He stopped and listened. But there was only the sound of dripping water and the distant hum of the electric generators. You'll see the marks on the tunnel wall when we get that far. There's red paint on the wall to mark the boundary. He flashed his light on the side of the tunnel to show me where the marks would be. There was nothing there except bundles of wires sagging from support to support and blackened with decades of filth. As he switched off his lamp, Frank stumbled into a piece of broken drain and cursed. It was all right for him. He had rubber boots on and wore old clothes under his railway engineer's overalls. The clothes I wore under my overalls were all I had for my time in East Berlin, and we'd both decided that carrying a case or a parcel in the small hours was asking to be stopped and searched. We walked slowly along the track for what seemed like hours. Sometimes Frank stopped to listen, but there was only the sudden scratching sounds of rats and the ceaseless hum of electricity. "We'll wait here for a bit," said Frank. He held his wristwatch close to his face. "Some nights there are East Berlin railway engineers going down the track to check the apparatus at the terminal, what used to be Kaiserhof station. Thälmannplatz, they call it nowadays. The communists like to name the streets and stations after heroes, don't they?" Frank switched on his lamp, long enough to show a recessed space in the wall of the tunnel, containing a yellow-painted metal box with a telephone in it. This was one of the places the drivers had to come if their trains stopped between stations. There was a bench there, too, and Frank sat down. We were not far below street level, and I could feel a cold draught coming down the air shaft. "Ever wonder why the Berlin Wall follows that absurd line?" said Frank. "It was decided at a conference at Lancaster House in London while the war was still being fought. They were dividing the city up the way the Allied armies would share it once they got here. Clerks were sent out hotfoot for a map of Berlin, but the only thing Whitehall could provide was a 1928 city directory, so they had to use that. They drew their lines along the administrative borough boundaries as they were in 1928. It was only for the purposes of that temporary wartime agreement, so it didn't seem to matter too much where it cut through gas pipes, sewers, and S-Bahn, or these underground trains either. That was in 1944. Now we're still stuck with it. We were sitting in the dark. I knew Frank was dying for a puff at that damned pipe, but he didn't succumb to the temptation. He talked instead. Frank said, "Years back, when the communists started building that incredible great satellite city at Marzahn, they wanted it to have its own administration and become a Stadtbezirk, a city borough in its own right. But the communist lawyers sat down with the men from Moscow and went through those old wartime agreements. The outcome was that they were told on no account to create a new Bezirk. By breaking the old agreement, they would open the way for the Western powers to make changes too. Lawyers run the world," I said. "I'm going to let you out into the street at Stadtmitte station," Frank said. He told me all about it, showed me a map and photos, but I didn't interrupt him when he told me everything all over again. Stadtmitte is an intersection. East German trains and West German trains both pass through, on different levels, of course. "How long now, Frank?" "Relax. We must wait here until we're sure the East Germans are not repairing their track. They're not armed, but they sometimes have radios to talk to the men who switch off the juice. They have to be sure the length men won't be electrocuted when they start work." We waited in the darkness for what seemed an age. Then we walked slowly along the tunnel again. "In 1945, the Red Army, fighting their way into the city, were held up at Stadtmitte U-Bahn station," said Frank. The station was being used as headquarters by the SS Division Nordland. They were the last German regulars holding out, and they weren't very German. Nordland had become a collection of foreign volunteers, including 300 Frenchmen who'd been sent from another unit. The Germans were shooting from about where we're standing now, and the Russians couldn't get down onto the track. You know that old saying about one man can hold off an army if he fights his battle in a tunnel? Well, the Germans were fighting their final battle, and it was in a tunnel. What happened? The Russians manhandled a field artillery piece down the entrance steps, along the platform, and onto the tracks. Then they fired along the tunnel here, and that was the end of the story. Frank stopped suddenly and held his hand outstretched as a warning to be silent. He must have had superhuman hearing, for it was only after we'd stood there for a moment or two that I could hear the sounds of voices and a muffled hammering. Frank put his head close to mine and whispered, "Sounds travel a long way in these old tunnels. Those men are probably no nearer than the old disused platform at Französischstrasse." He looked round. "This is where you leave me." He pointed up to another air shaft. At the top, there was the faintest glimmer of grey light seen through a grating. "But move quietly." I stripped off the overalls and passed them to Frank. Then I climbed up the narrow air shaft. There were iron rungs set into the brickwork. Some of them were rusted and broken, but I had nothing to carry and I got to the top easily enough. The grating was held in place with rusting bars. It looked immovable. "Lift it," said Frank from below me. "Lift it until you can see the street is clear. Then choose your moment and go." I put my hand to the grating, and it moved easily enough. It hadn't been cleaned and oiled. Frank was too subtle for anything so obvious, but it had been removed recently and made ready for me to push aside. "Good luck, Bernard." I tossed my working gloves back down the shaft, and then went through the manhole as quickly as I could. But I need not have worried. The Friedrichstadt, the governmental centre of old Berlin, is empty and silent by Western standards, even during the working day. Now there was no one in sight, just the distant sounds of traffic somewhere to the east of the city. For Stadtbezirk Mitte is a communist fist punched into the west. It is bordered on three sides by the anti-fascist protection barrier, or what the rest of the world calls the wall. It was close by. Endless batteries of glaring lights kept the open strip of borderland as bright as day, and the scattered light made the darkness overhead grey, like the mist that creeps inland from an ice-cold sea. Frank had chosen my route with care. The entrance to the air shaft was hidden from passers-by. There was a pile of sand and big heaps of rubble, some building equipment, and a small generator trailer belonging to the electricity authority. Berlin's cast-iron manhole covers are very heavy, and by the time this one was back in place, I was red-faced and out of breath. I paused for a moment before walking up Charlottenstrasse, intending to cut along the back of the State Opera House, parallel to Unter den Linden. I would have to cross the Spree. There was no way of avoiding those bridges, for just as the wall enclosed this part of Mitte on two sides, the River Spree made up the other two sides of what is virtually a box. As I got nearer to the State Opera, I saw lights and people. Doors at the back of the building were open, and men were carrying huge scenery flats and the statue of a horseman that was recognizably from the last act of Don Giovanni. I crossed the street to keep in the shadows, but two policemen walking towards me from the direction of the Reichsbank building, now the offices of the Central Committee, made me change my mind quickly. If only we hadn't had to wait until the underground trains stopped, I could have mingled with the tourists and those groups of Western visitors who go through Checkpoint Charlie just to visit the theatres or the opera houses for the evening. Some of them were dressed in dinner suits and stiff-fronted shirts, or the flamboyant mess kit of a garrisoned regiment. With them came women in long evening dresses and expensive hairdos. Such visitors provided a glimpse of Western decadence for the bored locals. None of those visitors ever gets asked for papers on the street, but such dress would be rather conspicuous amongst the workers where I was going. There were very few people to be seen anywhere. I walked north and stopped under the arch at Friedrichstrasse station. There were a couple of noisy men arguing about the satirical cabaret across the road, some railway workers waiting for their shift to begin, and some silent African tourists staring at everything. The Weidendamm Bridge would be my best bet. It was darker there than on the bridges that went over to the island. Too many government buildings being guarded on that side of the city. There were memories everywhere I looked, and there was no getting away from the war. The last escapers from the Führer bunker had come this way, crossing the river by the footbridge when all else failed, and leaving Martin Bormann dead by the river. The Charité Hospital. In the mortuary of that grim building, the Red Army found the bodies of the men who had tried to overthrow Hitler in the July 1944 plot. Their bodies had been kept in the cold room there on Hitler's personal orders. A policeman came walking up from the old Brecht Theatre beside the Spree. He hurried his pace as he saw me. My papers were in order, but I realized too late that I didn't know how to talk to a policeman. "Hey, you! What are you doing here?" The policeman's voice was shrill, and his accent revealed his home to be somewhere in the north, Rostock, Stralsund, or Rügen Island, perhaps. On this side of the wall, there was a theory that out-of-town recruits were more reliable than Berliners. I kept walking. "Get up," the policeman said. I stopped and turned round. He was talking to a couple of men sitting on the ground in the shadow of the bridge. They didn't get up. The cop said, "Where are you from?" The elder of the two, a bearded man wearing overalls and a battered leather jacket, said, "And where are you from, sonny?" "Let's get you home," said the cop. "Get me home?" said the bearded man. "That's right. You get me home to Schöneberg." He laughed. "Yorkstrasse, please, right near the railway." The younger man got to his feet unsteadily. "Come on," he said to his companion. "Yorkstrasse, Schöneberg," said the bearded man again. "Only 2 stops from here on the S-Bahn, but you've never heard of it, and I'll never see it again." He began to sing tunelessly. "Das war in Schöneberg im Monat Mai." His singing voice revealed the extent of his drunkenness in a way that his speech did not. The policeman was less conciliatory now. "You'll have to get off the street," he said. Stand up. Show me your papers. The drunk gave an artful little laugh. His companion said, Leave him alone. Can't you see he's not well? In a voice so slurred that his words were almost incomprehensible. If you're not on your way home in 2 minutes, I'll run you along to the police station.
Ist polizeiwidrig dumm,
said the bearded man, and laughed. It meant criminally stupid, and it was a joke that every German policeman had heard. Come along with me, said the cop. The man began singing again, louder this time. I hurried on lest the policeman call for help with his 2 difficult drunks. Even when I was 100 metres or more down the road, I could still hear the drunken old man singing about the little girl who had so often and gladly kissed the boys, as they did in Schöneberg so long ago. At Oranienburger Tor, where the Chausseestrasse leads up to the football stadium, I turned into the dark labyrinth of side streets. I'd forgotten what it was like to be a newly deposited field agent with false papers and a not very convincing cover story. I was too old for it. Once I was safely back behind my desk in London, I wouldn't fret to move again. More than a century old, these grim-looking apartment blocks, 5 and 6 stories high, had been built to shelter peasants who came to the city looking for jobs in the factories. They had changed very little. Rolf Mauser lived on the 2nd floor in a rambling, tumble-down apartment building in Prenzlauer Berg. He was bleary-eyed and barefoot when he opened the door, a red silk dressing gown over his pyjamas.
What the hell are you doing here?
He said, as he took the chain off the door. It was his turn to be surprised in the middle of the night, and I rather relished it. He motioned me into the sitting room, and I sank down on a soft chair without removing either coat or hat. Change of plan, Rolf, I said. I had a feeling that it wasn't good on the street tonight.
It's never good on the street,
he said.
Do you want a bed?
Is there room for me?
Rooms are all I have in abundance. You can take your choice of 3 different ones.
He put a bottle of Polish vodka on the table alongside me, and then opened the white porcelain stove to poke the ashes over.
The rents over this side of the wall are more or less the same, whether you've got a 2-room flat or a huge house. So why move?
The acrid smell of burning coal filled the room. I wondered whether you'd be here, Rolf.
And why not? After what happened in London, this is the safest place, isn't it?
How do you figure that, Rolf? I said.
The evidence will be in London. That's where they'll be looking for the culprit.
I hope so, Rolf, I said.
I had to do it, Bernd. I had to bring him round the corner, you know. That man in London was going to blow the whole network.
Let's forget it, I said. But Mauser was determined to have my approval for his deed.
He'd already told Berlin KGB to have personnel and solitary prison accommodation ready for up to 50 arrests. The Brahms network would have been kaputt gemacht, and several other networks too. Now do you understand why I had to do what I did?
I understand it, Rolf. I understand it even better than you do. I poured myself a shot of Rolf's fruit-flavoured vodka and drank it down. It was too fiery for the fruit flavouring to soften it much.
I had to execute him, Bernd.
Die Ecke bringen. That's gangster talk, Rolf. Let's face the truth. You murdered him.
I assassinated him.
Only public officials can be assassinated, and even then the victims have to be tyrants. Executions are part of a process of law. Face it, you murdered him.
You play with words. It's easy to be clever now that the danger has been removed.
He was a weak and foolish man, riven by guilt and fear. He knew nothing of importance. He'd never heard of Berlin's system until last week.
Yes, said Rolf. Berlin's system. That's what he promised them. I asked Werner about it. He said that it was a complete breakdown of all networks and contacts, including emergency contacts and inter-service contacts for the whole Berlin area. We were very worried, Bent.
Where did you get Trent's name and address? I asked. He didn't answer.
From Werner, who got it from that bloody Zena, right? You were asking Frank Harrington questions about some mix-up in 1978. Frank guessed that this man Trent was being investigated.
And he told Zena.
You know Zena. She got it out of him.
How many times do I have to tell you that Werner is not employed by the department? Why didn't you get in touch with Olympiastadion?
Not enough time, Bernd.
And Werner is more reliable than your people at Olympia.
That's why you use him, isn't it?
Why didn't you tell me what you were going to do that night in London?
We didn't want London Central to know, said Rolf.
He poured himself a shot of vodka. He was beginning to sweat, and it wasn't with the heat from the stove. Why not?
So where was this man Trent getting his Berlin system from? Answer me that. He was going to get it from someone in London, Bernd.
Damn right, I said angrily. He was going to get it from me. I looked at him, wondering how much to confide to him.
From you, Bernd? Never.
It was all part of a play, you fool. I told him to promise it to Moscow. I promised him the system because I wanted to keep him on the hook while I reeled him in.
It was an official play, you mean?
You bloody fool, Rolf.
I killed the poor bastard for nothing.
You messed up my plan, Rolf.
Oh my God, don't.
You'd better show me where I'm to sleep, Rolf. I have a busy day tomorrow. He stood up and mopped the sweat from his brow with a red handkerchief.
I won't get to sleep, Bernd. It's a terrible thing I've done. How can I sleep with that on my conscience?
Think of all the poor bastards you killed in those artillery bombardments, Rolf. And add one. Chapter 22. The next morning was very sunny. Even Prenzlauer Berg looked good. But Rolf Mauser's second-floor apartment faced out onto a cobbled courtyard almost entirely filled by a large, soot-caked chestnut tree. The greenish light reflected from its young leaves made it seem as if the whole place was under water. Only a few stunted bushes grew in the yard, but there were bicycles there by the dozen and prams double-parked. Rows of rubbish bins, too, their contents distributed far and wide by hungry cats that woke me in the night with their angry screeches. The narrow, peeling stucco walls of the courtyard, which had brought the chestnut into early bud, echoed every sound. Everyone could hear the admonitions, arguments, and shouted greetings of two women who were throwing pailfuls of water onto the mess and scrubbing energetically with stiff brooms.
It's not exactly the Kaiserhof in its heyday,
said Rolf, serving himself from a dented pot of coffee and leaving me to do the same. He had the bluff manner of a soldier, the self-centered ways of a man who'd lived alone too long.
Those damned cats kept me awake.
Cobbler's boys, I said, picking up one of the triangular wholemeal rolls that Berliners eat at breakfast time. I slept very well. Thanks for the bed, Rolf. I'll push on today.
It's difficult to get them now, said Rolf. All bread prices are controlled.
None of these lazy swines of bakers want the extra work of making anything but ordinary bread. He'd recovered from his self-doubts of the night before, as all soldiers must renew their conscience with every dawn. It's the same everywhere, I said.
Stay a week if you want to. I got a bit fed up being here alone. The couple who let me share it are away visiting their married daughter.
He took his cup of coffee from the tray he'd brought, put milk into it, and sat down on the bed while I finished shaving.
But you'll have to take your turn carrying coal from the cellar.
I hope I won't need a week, Rolf.
You're going to see Brahms 4?
Probably.
Is there really a person called Brahms 4?
I hope so, Rolf.
I always thought it was a code name for a syndicate. Why else would the Brahms 4 material always be kept separate from everything else we sent?
Nothing so unusual about that.
Officially, he's in the Brahms network.
He paused to let me know he was about to say something significant.
But no one in the Brahms network has ever seen him.
How do you know that? I said sharply. Damn it, Rolf. You should know better than to discuss named agents with third parties.
Even if the third parties are also agents,
especially then, because the chances of them being interrogated are that much greater.
You've been a long time away, Bernd. You've been sitting behind a desk in London too long. Now you talk like one of those memos that Frank Harrington likes to write.
Save some of that coffee for me, Rolf, I complained. He stopped filling his cup and looked up and grinned at me.
Suppose you find he doesn't exist,
he said, pouring the last of the coffee into my cup, dregs and all.
Suppose you find he's just a postbox in the KGB building and you've been made a fool of for years and years.
Is that your guess, Rolf? He bit off a mouthful of roll and chewed it.
No, I'm just being devil's advocate.
Rolf Mauser was right. Although not a departmental employee, I trusted Werner Volkmann more than anyone Berlin Station could provide. He had a car he used on the east side of the wall. He was waiting for me at that part of Schönhauser Allee where the underground trains come up into the daylight and rattle along the antiquated construction that patterns the whole street with shadows. I opened the door and got in beside him. Without a word of greeting, he started up and headed north. No wonder Brahms 4's getting jumpy, I said. Too many people are becoming curious about him. He'll not go undetected for another 6 months, said Werner. London were hoping to squeeze another 2 years out of him. He made a noise that expressed his contempt for London Central and all their plans and ambitions. With Brahms' network channeling his reports. Other ways could be tried, I said. Such as VHF radio, just powerful enough to transmit to Olympia Stadion, said Werner, with an unmistakable edge to his voice. That was mentioned, I admitted. It had been Dickie's one and only contribution to a very long meeting the previous month. By a fool, said Werner. But what's the alternative? Putting him into a different network? It could be done, couldn't it? You've never had a job of introducing an agent into a network, I said. Most of the nets are run by temperamental prima donnas. I couldn't face all the arguments and anxieties that go with these damned shotgun marriages. Put him in contact with another network, and you'll slow up the delivery, said Werner. He was guessing, of course. He had no knowledge of what other networks we had with access to Berlin. But in fact, his guess was right. There are lots of men like Werner. They just can't stop working, pay or no pay. It was probably Werner who'd held Brahms together so long. And you increase the number of people who know he exists, I said. Does he exist? Said Werner. Sometimes I wonder. Have you been talking to Rolf Mauser? Of course I have, admitted Werner. Do you imagine the network can handle material for years and not wonder where it's coming from? Especially when we get bombarded with priority demands for immediate handling. I'm seeing him as soon as possible, I said. Werner looked away from the road for long enough to study my face. You're sharing secrets today, are you? That's out of character, Bernie. Why would you tell me you're seeing him? Because you've guessed already. No, said Werner. That's not it. Because we might have to get him out of East Berlin fast, Werner. I'll take you wherever you want to go, offered Werner. Downtown? I have nothing to do. I'll need the car, Werner. You've got plenty to do. I want you to take the London flight and be back here by evening. What for? When it happens, it will happen very fast. When what happens? Suppose, Werner. It was hard saying it out loud. Suppose it's Fiona, who's the KGB agent in London. Your wife? Well, think about it. Everything fits. The Giles Trent fiasco, and the way she tried to pin the leak of the...
Take this time to lean back, reflect, and let the melody calm your heart before we return to the story. This content is completely free. Thanks for spending time with us.
Saw signal on him. Brett wasn't in Berlin at the time in question. Dickie never saw the signal. Fiona is the only one in the right place at the right time, every time. You can't be serious, Bernie. I want to be wrong, Werner, but if it is Fiona and she decides to run for it, she'll take the children too. I wanted him to say I was talking nonsense. But, Bernie, the duty officer at the airport would probably recognize her. Going out alone, she could say she was working, but with 2 kids, I'd say any airport duty officer will be bound to check back with the office before letting her through. So what will she do? I said. If she really is KGB, she'll have them arrange about getting your children out separately. Ah, Jesus, Bernie. It's too awful to think about. It couldn't be Fiona, could it? We'll have to trust Dickie, I said. He'll give you whatever you need. Take the children over to my mother. Make it all sound normal. I don't want Fiona to know I suspect her. But have someone with them all the time. Guards, I mean, people who will know what has to be done, not just security men, and arrange things so I can swear I know nothing about it, Werner. Just in case I'm wrong about Fiona. I'm sure you're wrong about her, Bernie. You'd better get going. I'll drop you at a taxi rank and then take your car. I've got a busy day. See you at Rolf's tonight. I'm sure you're wrong about Fiona, said Werner. But every time he said it, he sounded less and less convinced that I was wrong. Chapter 23. I went to see Brahms 4 at his office in Otto Grotewaldstrasse. It used to be Wilhelmstrasse in the old days, and just down the street, beyond the wall, it still was. The building, too, had changed its name, for this was the huge and grandiose Air Ministry block that Hermann Goering had built for his bickering bureaucrats. It was one of the few Nazi government buildings that survived the fighting here in the centre of the city. After filling in the requisite form for the clerk on the reception desk, I was shown upstairs. Here was the man who'd come back from what Dickie described as some godforsaken little place in Thuringawald to dig me out of my hideout in a narrow alley behind the Goethe Museum in Weimar, just minutes before they came to get me. I'd never forget it. Goodness knows what clerk in London Central had named the network Brahms, or by what chance this man had become its number 4, but it had been put on his documents decades ago, and, for their purposes, it was his name still. His real name was Dr. Walter von Munter, but, living in the proletarian state of the German Democratic Republic, he'd long since dropped the von. He was a tall, gloomy man of about 60, with a lined face, gold-rimmed eyeglasses, and grey, closely cropped hair. He was frail-looking, despite his size, and his stooped shoulders and old-fashioned good manners made him seem servile by the standards of today's world. The black suit he wore was carefully pressed, but, like the stiff collar and black tie, it was well worn, and he wrung his hands like a Dickensian undertaker. "Bernd," he said, "I can't believe it's you. After all these years,
Is it so long? You were not even married, and now I hear you have 2 children. Or have I got it wrong?
You've got it right, I said. He was standing behind his desk watching me as I went over to the window. We were close to the wall. Here I could almost see the remains of Anhalter railway station. Perhaps from a higher floor I'd see the Café Leuschner. I carelessly touched the telephone junction box on the windowsill and glanced up at the light fittings before going back again. He guessed what I was doing. "Oh, you need not worry about hidden microphones here. This office is regularly searched for such devices." He smiled grimly. Only when I sat down on the moulded plastic chair did he sit down too. "You want to get out?" I said softly. "There is not much time," he said. He was very calm and matter-of-fact. "What's the hurry?" "You know what the hurry is," he said. "One of your people in London is reporting regularly to the KGB. It's only a matter of time." "But you're special," I said. "You are kept apart from everything else we do." "They have a good source," he said. "It must be someone at the top in London." "London want you to stay on," I said, "for 2 years at least." "London is Oliver Twist. London always wants more." "Is that why you came here? To tell me to stay on?" "It's one of the reasons," I admitted. "You've wasted your time, Bernd. But it's good to see you, just the same." "They'll insist." "Insist?" While he considered the idea of London forcing him to stay on, he carefully tore the edging from a block of postage stamps. "How can they insist on anything? If I ceased to report to them, what could they do about that? If they betrayed me, the word would soon get around, and your whole service would suffer." "There would be no question of London betraying you, you know that. So, what sanction do they have? How could they insist?" Having made the postage stamps look more tidy, he rolled up the stamp edging to make it into a ball. I said, "You'd have to give up all thoughts of going to the West. And I think you want to go to the West." "My wife wants to go. She wants to see her brother's grave. He was killed in Tunisia in the war. They were very close as children. But if it proves impossible, then so be it." He shrugged and unrolled the stamp edging, smoothing it flat again. "And you want to see your son in Sao Paulo?" He said nothing for a long time, toying with the stamp edging as if he were thinking of nothing else. "You are still as painstaking as you used to be, Bernd. I should have guessed you'd trace the payments." "A holding company in Luxembourg that receives money from Bayerische Vereinsbank in Munich and transfers money to the Sao Paulo office in the Banco Nacional is not exactly deep cover," I said. "That publishing company account isn't active enough to fool anyone for long." "Who else knows that?" He opened the brass flap on his ornate pen stand and looked at the dried-up sediment in the inkwell. "I've told no one. I appreciate that, Bernd." "You got me out of Weimar," I said. "You were young. You needed help." He screwed up the stamp edging a second time and tossed it into the dry inkwell with commendable accuracy before closing the brass flap. "They arrested Bush the very next day. That was a long time ago. I gave them his address. I know." "Who could have guessed the poor old fellow would go back home again?" "I would have done the same," I said. "Not you, Bernd. You're made of harder stuff." "That's why they sent me to tell you to hang on," I said. He didn't smile. Without looking up from his desk, he said, "Suppose I could help you find the traitor in London." So that was it. So that's what all the messages and the difficulties had been leading up to. I said nothing. Munter knew nothing about London except the identity of Silas, who'd been his friend and run him so long ago. And nowadays, Silas had little contact with the day-to-day running of London Central. Surely Silas couldn't be one of them. He spoke again, still fidgeting with the pen stand. I couldn't name him, but I could identify him positively to your satisfaction, and provide evidence that would satisfy even a law court if that's the course that London decided upon. Giles Trent, perhaps? I had to find out if he was trying to sell me something I already had. How would you do that? What sort of evidence? Could you get me out? You alone? Me and my wife. Together. It would have to be the two of us together. We wouldn't be separated. I felt sure he was going to tell me about Giles Trent. If the KGB had discovered that we were playing Trent, I'd like to know. But I couldn't pull Munter out just for that. Perhaps you guessed the sort of thoughts that were running through my mind. I'm talking about someone with access to London Data Centre, he said, staring at me, knowing that I would be surprised to hear he even knew such a place existed. Someone with passcodes prefixed knee-jerk. I sat very still and tried to look impassive. Now there was no longer any way of avoiding the awful truth. The knee-jerk codes were used by only a handful of specially selected top personnel in London Central. Used in the data centre's computer, they accessed the automatic link, hence knee-jerk, to CIA data files. If they'd seen printout with knee-jerk marks here in East Berlin, there was no limit to what might have been betrayed. It was not Giles Trent we were talking about. It was someone senior, someone very close to operations. How soon could you get this evidence? This evening. When would you want to travel? This development changed everything. If Brahms 4 could help identify such a well-placed Soviet agent, London would want him there to give evidence. You know what women are like, Bernd. My wife would probably need a few days to think about it. Tomorrow. I'll take you back with me. But let me make this clear. Unless you produce irrefutable evidence that enables me to identify the person who is supplying this material, the deal is off. I'll bring you 4 handwritten pages of data. Would that satisfy you? Handwriting? Well, then it's certainly not genuine. No agent would be that stupid. Is that what you think, Bernd? Sometimes, when it's late and one is tired, it becomes very difficult to take all the necessary precautions. Blame the KGB controller in the London embassy who forwarded the original instead of making a copy, or blame the clerks here in Berlin who have left the document in the file, Bernd. I feel sorry for the agent. I know exactly how he felt. Handwritten, and no one here remarked on it. Lots of our papers are handwritten. We are not quite so automated as you are in the West. It's a distinctive hand, very neat, with curly loops. From London. Fiona's writing. But could it all be a plant? We are only a bank. Our security precautions are not very elaborate. It was a very interesting and most secret report about proposed Bank of England support for sterling. I recognized what it was only because I was looking for such things. By tonight, you say. I know where the report is. Your wife must understand that she can't take anything with her except what she can wear and put in her pockets. We have talked about it many times, Bernd. No friends or relatives, no small dogs or parrots or albums of family photos. She understands, he said. It doesn't get easier, I said. Don't frighten her, but make sure your wife understands that she's risking her life. She will not be frightened, Bernd. Very well. I will see you at 9 o'clock, my friend. Can you find the Pioneer House at Wulheide near Köpenick? It's a 25-minute ride on the S-Bahn from here. Room G341. I'll have the papers. I'll find it. He stood up and, with both hands on his hips, tilted his head back and sighed, like a man awakening from a long sleep. At last, the decision is made, he said. Can you think what that means to me, Bernd? I'll need to phone my wife in London, I said. She gets anxious if I don't keep in contact. Can I direct dial on a secure phone? Use this one. I call the West several times every day. Dial 9 and then the number, he said. There is no monitoring of calls, but it will be logged. Be discreet, Bernd. We have a pre-arranged code, I explained. Just domestic chat. I'll mention the handwritten paper. She'll understand what's happened. Chapter 24. The Pioneer Park is a lavish example of the priority that East Germany gives to sport and leisure. 2 square miles of parkland are landscaped into a complex of sports stadiums, running tracks, football and athletic fields, baths, swimming pools, and even a course for trotting races. I found the main building, and inside its gleaming interior I picked my way past well-equipped gyms and huge indoor pools that came complete with everything from diving instructors to rows of buzzing hairdryers. I found G341 on the 3rd floor and looked through the glass panel before entering. It was a small rehearsal room, beautifully panelled in contrasting wood, and occupied by 4 elderly men playing Schubert's Death and the Maiden quartet. Dr. Munter was standing at a grand piano, but he was not playing. His head was cocked and his eyes closed as he listened to the performance. Suddenly he got up and said, "No, gentlemen, no. There is no grace there." He saw me looking through the door, but gave no sign of recognition. "Perhaps we've had too much Schubert tonight. Let's see how well you remember the Haydn 77 C major." He beckoned me into the room and greeted me with a bow and a formal handshake, while the players sorted out the parts for the quartet. "This is only our 3rd attempt," he said apologetically. One of the men dropped his music on the floor and had to go on his knees to gather the sheets together again. "It's difficult work," I said. Munter started them playing, using a delicate movement of both hands. Then, after watching them with a proprietorial satisfaction, he took me to a room beyond. The second room was larger, its walls lined with neat steel lockers for musical instruments and wooden lockers for clothes. "You missed the trout," he said. "I play the piano part for that." "Did you get the document?" He bent his head, still listening to the music coming from the next room. The first violin is not up to it anymore," he admitted sadly. "He's having heat treatment for his finger joints, but I fear it's not helping him a great deal." "The document," I said impatiently. "Did you bring it?" "No," he said. "I didn't." "Why not?" Before he could answer, the door from one of the other adjoining rehearsal rooms swung open. A plump man came in, dragging a small child and a cello, one in each hand. "Now, here's Dr. Munter," said the fat man to his son. "Ask him how long you need every day." He turned to us and said, "Getting the little devil to practice would try the patience of a saint. All he thinks about is American jazz. Talk to him, Dr. Munter. Tell him he's got to practice. Tell him he must play real music, German music." "If the interest is lacking, the child will never love music, Herr Sprengler. Perhaps you should let him do what he wants." "Yes, that's the modern way, isn't it?" said the fat man, not bothering to hide his annoyance at Munter's lack of support. "Well, I don't believe in the modern way. This is not California." He looked at my appearance and seemed to guess that I was not an East Berliner, but having decided that I was not a foreigner, he continued.
We are Germans, aren't we? This is not California yet. And may the Lord protect us from the sort of things that go on over there in the West. If I say my son is going to practice the cello, he'll do it. Do you hear that, Lothar? You'll practice every night for an hour before you go out to play football with your friends.
Yes, Vaterchen, said the boy with affection. He held his father's hand tightly until the man unclasped it in order to get keys from his pocket. The boy seemed reassured by his father's dictum. The fat man put the cello into a locker and closed the door. Then he locked it with a padlock.
You are not strong enough for football,
he said loudly as they went out. The little boy grabbed his father's hand again. We Germans find reassurance in tyranny, said Munter sadly. That's always been our downfall. The document. The file containing the document you want is now with the clerk to the head of the bank's economics committee. Why? Was the Berlin KGB office already in action? It's a big file, Bernd. There could be many perfectly ordinary reasons for his taking it away. Can you get it back from him tomorrow? The normal way is to ask the records office and wait while they find out where it is. Eventually such files turn up on the desk. You're not suggesting that we wait while the slow wheels of communist bureaucracy turn for us? I'm not suggesting anything, said Munter sharply. He obviously identified himself with the slow wheels of bureaucracy and was offended. Go to wherever it is tomorrow. Remove this damned handwritten document and bring it to me. How will I explain such an action? The files, even the most ordinary ones, are signed in and out. What would the head of the economics committee say if his clerk tells him that I've taken the file, or even come into the office to look at it? For God's sake, I said angrily. I wanted to shout at him, but I kept my voice low. What do you care how extraordinary such actions are? What do you care how suspicious anyone gets? We're talking about one last thing you do before we get you out of here. Yes, you're talking about it, he said. But suppose you see this document and decide it's not something you want. Then you say thank you, and you leave me to go back into the office and face the music while you return to London and tell them I had nothing worthwhile to offer. Very well, I said. But I can't give you an absolutely firm undertaking to get you out until London agree to my request. I can't get you out on my own, you know that. I could tell you a pack of lies, but I'm telling you the truth. And how long will that take? I shrugged. The slow wheels of Western bureaucracy? He asked sarcastically. He was angry. Fear does that to some people, especially to such introspective, sober-faced old men as Munter. It was odd to think of him fearlessly enduring all the dangers of spying for years and then getting so frightened at the idea of living in the West. I'd seen it in other men. The prospect of facing a highly competitive, noisy, quick-moving, kaleidoscopic society and braving its dangers, sickness, crime, poverty, could be traumatic. He needed reassurance. And if I did not reassure him quickly and properly, he might suddenly decide he didn't want to go to the West after all. Such things had happened before. Not once, but many times. Preparations must be made, I said. You and your wife will not go to a reception centre for refugees. You'll be VIPs, looked after properly so that you have no worries. You'll go to Gatow, the military airport, and fly directly to London on an RAF plane. No customs or immigration nonsense. But for all that, you'll need documentation, and such things take time. I said nothing of the dangers of crossing the wall. I'll get it tomorrow, he said. Will Silas Gaunt be there? He'll be there, I'm sure. We were close friends in the old days. I knew your father, too. Yes, I know. Next door there was a pause in the music before the slow movement began. "Haydn speaks an everlasting truth," he said. "You'll be all right once you're there," I said. "You'll see old friends, and there will be a lot to do. And I will see my son." I knew they wouldn't let Munter go to Brazil so readily. There would be long debriefings, and even after 6 months or so, when trips abroad are sometimes permitted, they wouldn't want him to go to Brazil, with its German colony so infiltrated by East German agents. "We might be able to get your son to London for you," I said. "One step at a time," he replied. "I'm not even in London yet." "You'll soon be there." I said it glibly, while wondering which route to take back to the centre of the city. "Will I?" said Munter, in a voice that made me give him my whole attention. "You've told London that I want to get out. And guessing the real meaning behind the conversation you had with your wife on my phone, they now know about the evidence I'm providing for you to pinpoint the traitor there." "Yes," I said doubtfully. From the next room there came the solemn melodies of the quartet, the first violin ringing a plaintive song from under his stiffening fingers. "Are you really such a fool? Someone in London is worrying what you will discover here. They will make quite certain that they hear any news you supply to London. They will then take measures to eliminate both of us." "You worry too much," I said. "There will be no official report of what I told my wife." "I don't believe you. Someone will have to take responsibility for the task of getting us out. My immediate superior. He'll be the only person told. Rest assured that he is not the man we are after." "I'm not going home tonight." "Then where are you going?" "We've got a Laube. It's just 2 tiny rooms and a kitchen, but we have electricity, and I won't lie awake all night worrying about policemen knocking on the door. My wife went out there earlier today. She will have some hot soup waiting." "Where?" "At Buchholz, behind the church. It's a huge spread of allotments. Hundreds of people go out there at the weekend, even at this time of year." "Tonight?" "It's a long journey to Buchholz. Do you want a ride? I've got a car." "Oh, you're very kind. It's not such an easy journey by bus, and the S-Bahn is quite far away from us." I realized that Munter had deliberately introduced the topic with the hope of getting a ride there. "How soon will you be ready?" "I must wait for the end of the Haydn. I must tell my friend that his fingers are getting better. It's not true, of course, but it's the sort of lie one expects from a good friend." He smiled bleakly. "And I will not see any of my friends again, will I?" First I took Munter to his home in Erkner, a village surrounded by lakes and forests on the extreme eastern edge of the city. I waited in the car 10 minutes or more. He returned carrying a small case. "Family photos, old letters, and my father's medals," he explained apologetically. "I suddenly realized that I will never return here." "Don't take too much with you," I cautioned. "I will throw most of it away," he promised. "I should have done that years ago, but I never seemed to have enough time." I drove north from Erkner, on the Autobahn with which Fritz Todt, Hitler's chief engineer, had ringed Berlin. The road was in poor condition, and more than once the traffic was diverted to single-lane working. Near the Blumberg exit, we were waved down by an army motorcyclist, and military policemen signalled frantically with their special flashlight baton and ran about shouting in the imperious way that all military policemen learn at training school. Civilian traffic was halted while a Russian army convoy passed us. It took 10 minutes for the heavy trucks, some carrying tanks and others with missiles, to pick their way around the broken sections of roadway. It was during this delay that Munter told me a joke. He not only told me a joke, he told me it was a joke before he started it. "There is a joke that East Berliners have about these neglected autobahns," he said.
people say, why can't those verdammten Nazis come back and keep their Autobahnen in good order?
It's a good joke, I said. We waited a long time while the Russian trucks splashed through the rain puddles and thumped their suspensions on the potholes. Munter watched them with unseeing eyes. I was driving along here during the Berlin fighting, he said suddenly. It was towards the end of April 1945. The reports said that tanks of the First White Russian Front were moving into the northwest part of Charlottenburg and had halted at Bismarckstrasse. And there were unconfirmed reports of Red Army infantry in Moabit. In the car with me, I had my younger brother and two of his school friends. We were trying to get to my parents' home near Wannsee before the Russians got that far south. What an idiot I must have been. We didn't know the Russians, coming from the southwest, had already got to Wannsee. They were past Grunewald and fighting in the streets of Friednau by that time. He was silent until I finally said, Did you get there? I was on this same road, this same piece of Autobahn. Stopped, just as we stopped, but by some motorized SS unit. They drained every last drop of gas from my car and pushed it off the road. They were doing that with every car and truck that came along here. I even saw them commandeer 2 Luftwaffe fuel tankers at gunpoint. You walked home. When the SS men got us out of my car, they looked at our papers. I had my Reichsbank pass, and they accepted that without comment. But the 3 children were ordered to join an assorted collection of soldiers who were being pressed into battle. I objected, but they shut me up by threatening to send me into the fighting too. He cleared his throat. I never saw any of those boys again. It's nearly 40 years ago, I reminded him. You're not still blaming yourself. I should have stayed with him. He was only 15 years old. You did what you thought was right, I said. I did what I was told, said Munter. I did it because I was frightened. I never admitted that to anyone else, but I will tell you truthfully, I was frightened. The Russian convoy passed and our lane of cars started moving again. Munter sat back in his seat with his head resting against the window. He did not speak again for the rest of the journey, except to warn me when we were getting near to the Autobahn interchange for Pankow. It was late when we reached Buchholz, a village that has become a suburb. The tram lines end in front of the church in a street that is wide enough to be a village square. It was dark, and the only light came from a Weinstube, where a waiter was sweeping the floor of an empty bar. Munter told me to turn off at the church. We bumped along a narrow country lane alongside a cemetery. It was dark, but by the headlight's beams I could see that there were trees and bushes on each side of a track that was only just wider than the car. Marking these plots of cultivated land were elaborate little wrought-iron gates, neatly painted fences, and trimmed hedges displaying an individuality of taste that bordered on caricature. Against a horizon, faintly pink with the advertising lights of the western sector of the city, I could make out the squat shapes of the houses and hutments on each patch of ground. Lovingly fashioned by dedicated owners, this was the only sort of private house ownership permitted in the Democratic Republic. And selling such improved property provided a rare opportunity for officially tolerated capitalism. Munter held out his hand to show me where to stop. I welcomed the careful directions he gave me how to get out of this maze of narrow tracks, for there was not space enough to turn the car or even avoid another on the same path. I said, Your material is kept quite separate from everything else, Dr. Munter. Even if there is a traitor in London, you needn't fear that you'll be betrayed. The old man got out of the car with a stiff-limbed difficulty that he'd not shown before. It was almost as if he'd aged during the short car journey. He bent down to look at me. I leaned over the front passenger seat and wound the window down so that I could hear him. "You have no need to be so devious, Bernd," he said. "I intend to go to my office in the morning. I will get the document for you. I am not afraid." I said nothing. I noticed that he was wringing his hands again, the way he had in his office earlier that day. "I never go that way," he added, as if he owed me an explanation. "No matter how much longer it takes me or where I want to get to, I never go that way. Until tonight. I haven't been back to that section of Autobahn since it happened." "I'm sorry if it upset you, Dr. Munter." I should have done it years ago," he said. "At last, I've got rid of those terrible old nightmares." "That's good," I said, although I knew he'd only exchanged old ones for new. I was tired by the time I got back to Rolf Mauser's place in Prenzlauer Berg. But I observed the customary precautions and parked Werner's Wartburg around the corner and sat in it for a few moments, scanning the area before locking up. The streets were empty. The only sounds came from the elevated railway trains on Schönhauser Allee and the occasional passing car or bus. There was no parking problem where Rolf Mauser lived. A glimmer of light in the entrance to the apartment building was provided by a low-power bulb, situated too high to be cleaned. It illuminated the broken floral-patterned floor tiles, and, on the wall, a dozen or more dented metal boxes for mail. On the left was a wide stone staircase. To the right, a long, narrow corridor led to a metal-reinforced door that gave onto the courtyard at the rear of the building. At night, the metal door was locked to protect the tenants' bicycles and to prevent anyone disturbing the peace by using the rubbish bins or the ash cans. I knew there was someone standing there even before I saw the slight movement. And I recognized the sort of movement it was. It was the movement a man made when his long period of waiting is at last near an end. "Don't do anything," said a whispered voice. I inched back into the shadow and reached in my pocket for a knife, the only weapon I could risk in a town where stop searches were so common. "Bernie?" It was Werner, one of the few Germans who called me anything other than Bernd. "What is it?" "Did anyone see you come in?" "No. Why?" "Rolf's got visitors." "Who?" There came the sound of 2 cars arriving. When 2 cars arrive together at a residential block in Prenzlauer Berg, it is not likely to be a social call. I followed Werner quickly down the narrow corridor, but he could not get the door to the courtyard open. 2 uniformed policemen and 2 men in leather overcoats came into the entrance and shone their flashlights at the names on the mailboxes. "Mauser," said the younger of the uniformed cops, directing the beam of the torch on one of the boxes. "Master Detective," growled a leather-coated man in mock admiration. As he turned, the light of the torch showed him to be a man of about 35, with a small Lenin-style goatee beard. "You said number 19, said the young policeman defensively. "I took you to the address you gave me." He was very young, and had the sort of Saxon accent that sounds comical to most German ears. "The boss ordered me to be here 15 minutes ago," growled Lenin, in the hard accent of working-class Berlin. "I should have walked." "You still would have ended up at the wrong address," said the cop, his Saxon accent stronger than before. The leather-coated man turned on him angrily. "Maybe someone told you it's a softer touch being drafted into the police service than into the army. I don't care that your daddy is a party big shot. This is Berlin. This is my town. Shut up and do as you're told." Before the young conscript could reply, the leather-coated man started up the stairs. The other 3 followed him, and his harangue continued. "Wait till this KGB colonel arrives. You'll jump then, boys. You'll jump then." Werner was still twisting the handle of the door to the yard when he realized that the cops were not going to shine their lights and discover us at the end of the corridor. "That was a close thing," he said. "What's going on?" "2 of them. Stasis. Upstairs in Rolf's apartment. They got here about 3 hours ago. You know what that means. They're waiting for someone. They're not waiting for someone, said Werner grimly. They're waiting for you. Did you leave anything in the apartment? Of course not. Let's get out of here, said Werner. Do you think they'll have a guard posted outside? Let me go first. My papers are good ones. Hold it a minute. I could see a shadow, and then a cop came into view. He moved into a doorway as if he might have heard our voices, and then went outside again. We waited a few more minutes, and then the 4 security policemen brought Rolf Mauser downstairs to the car. Rolf was making a lot of noise. His voice came echoing down the stairwell long before he came into sight. Let me go! What's all this about? Answer my questions. How dare you handcuff me? This could wait till morning. Let me go! Rolf's angry shouting must have been heard in every apartment in the building. But no one came to the door. No one came to see what was happening. The front door crashed closed, and we heard Rolf's voice in the empty street before the sound of the car's engine swallowed his protests. Only after the police had departed with their prisoner did the apartment doors upstairs open. There were whispered questions and even quieter answers for a few minutes before all went completely quiet. That's the only way to do it, I said. A silent prisoner might just as well confess. Rolf's shouting might make them pause to think. That might give us a chance to do something to help him. He didn't shout to convince them he was innocent, said Werner. He was shouting to warn you off. I know, I said. And there's nothing we can do to help him either. Was Rolf Mauser Fiona's first victim, I wondered? And would I be the next one? Chapter 25. Officially, Werner Volkmann had no accommodation in East Berlin. But his riverside warehouse in Friedrichshain, with an office on the ground floor, contained 4 upstairs rooms that he had converted into comfortable living quarters, complete with tiny kitchen and a sitting room. It was against government regulations for him to stay overnight there. No one could let a guest stay the night without police permission, but because Werner was earning foreign exchange, nothing was ever said about his little home. Werner unlocked the massive warehouse door using 3 keys. Refrigerators, color TV sets, real, made in the USA blue jeans, Black & Decker drills, all of the most sought-after delights of the decadent West are stored here from time to time, he said, explaining the need for the complex locks. Black & Decker drills? To improve and enlarge living accommodation, or better still, fix up some little weekend place that they are legally permitted to sell. He went up a steep staircase and unlocked another door. Plenty of Black & Decker here, I said, looking at the newly decorated hall, hung with 2 well-framed watercolours, a contorted nude and a crippled clown. I bent closer to see them. German expressionist painters, of course. There is something in their tragic quality that touches the soul of Berliners. Nolde and Kirchner, said Werner, taking off his coat and hanging it on an elaborate mahogany hall stand. Not your sort of thing, I know. But worth a packet, Werner, I said. I looked round and saw some fine pieces of antique furniture. Werner had always been a clever forager. At school, he'd been able to get American candy bars, pieces of broken tanks, military badges, roller skate wheels, and all the other treasures that schoolboys wanted then. Westmarks will buy anything on this side of the wall, and there are still mountains of treasures locked away in cellars and attics. I put my hat and coat alongside Werner's and followed him into the next room. Light came in through the window. Werner went across the room and looked out. Here was the River Spree. Bright moonlight fell on a grimy stretch of riverside land. Drawn against the sky was the complex ironwork of the elevated railway, chopped off abruptly on its way to the west and left to rust. Nearer was a roofless factory building, derelict and untouched since the fighting stopped in 1945. To the right, I could see along the dark river to the glaring arc lights of the Oberbaum Bridge, one of the border crossing points. For here, the river is the boundary between east and west sectors. Werner closed the curtains abruptly and switched on the table lamps. "We need a drink," he said. There being no opposition from me, he produced a bottle of German brandy and some glasses. Then he got ice and a jug of water from a refrigerator alongside his big stereo TV. "That's a sure sign of a separated man," I said. "A man with ice available in his living room. Married men have to go to the kitchen to get ice in their booze. And what about the bachelor?" "Ice in the bedroom," I said. "You've always got an answer," said Werner. "That used to irritate me when we were kids." "I know," I said. "I'm good at irritating people." "Well, you certainly irritated Zena," he said. "Why didn't you tell me you knew where she was? Have you think she was having an affair with Frank Harrington?" "Wasn't she having an affair with Frank Harrington?" I said cautiously. I sipped my brandy without the water that Werner was waving in the air. "You drink too much. Do you know that?" "Yes, I know, because my wife keeps telling me." "I'm sorry," said Werner. "I didn't mean to criticize, but right now you can't afford to blunt your mind." "If that's what it does, give me another," I said. He poured more brandy into my glass and said, "No, that place in Lubars is a safe house. Zena was doing an undercover job for Frank Harrington. She's never been unfaithful to me. She would have told me more, but she knows how much I've always disliked Frank." "Is that what she told you? An undercover job?" "I've got her back," said Werner. "She's explained everything to me, and we've started afresh. Sometimes there has to be a really bad disagreement before two people understand each other." "Well, here's to you, Werner," I said. "It was you who really got us back together again," said Werner. "You frightened her." "Any time, Werner," I offered. He smiled the sort of smile that showed me he was not amused. "I did what you wanted. I went to London today and saw Dickie. It was a rush. I only just caught the flight back." "All okay? No problems at the checkpoint?" "Was I followed, you mean?" "Listen. The East Germans don't give a shit about my going to London and straight back here again. London is now at the centre of the forfeiting market. I'm always in and out. How the hell do you think I get these deals for them? None of the West German banks are very keen to go into a syndicate unless I've got some nice juicy London or New York bank in it too." "That's good." "The DDR needs Westmarks, Bernie. They're desperate for hard currency. They're squeezed between the Russians and the West. They need oil from Russia, but they also need Western technology. And all the time, the squeeze is getting tighter and tighter. I don't know what's going to happen over here in a decade from now. And by the way, I paid Liesl back the money I borrowed, and interest, too. Don't sound so worried, Werner. These people are Germans, Bernie. Of course I'm worried about what happens here." "Sure," I said. "Don't give me that look," he complained. "What look was I giving you?" "That why do Jews always have to get so emotional look." "Stop being so paranoid," I said. "And why are you being so bloody mean with your brandy? It's not even French." He pushed the bottle over to me this time. "I saw Dickie Cryer just as you said, and he agreed that I put you on tomorrow's truck. Your wife had spoken with you on the phone by then, so Dickie fixed it right away. As soon as you're in the Federal Republic, we'll bring your precious Brahms 4 out." Werner smiled. He knew that Dickie had sent me to Berlin to keep Brahms 4 active and in place. "Sounds good," I said. "I'll feel much easier when you're back in the West," said Werner. "There are too many people who could recognize your face." "And what if they do?" "Don't be childish," said Werner. He picked up the brandy, recorked the bottle, and put it back into an antique lacquer cabinet decorated with Chinese mountain scenery. "Was that cabinet something else you picked up for a pair of Levi's?" I asked, irritated by the way he closed the door of it. "If some smart little bastard from the Stasis recognizes you, they'll take you in for interrogation. You know too much to be running round loose over here. I don't know why London permitted it. Well, you don't know everything, Werner, I said. There are a couple of things now and again that the DG doesn't check out with you. You don't think that was some kind of routine visit that the Stasis made to Rolf Mauser tonight? They know you're here, Bernie. They're looking for you, it's obvious. Let me do the worrying, Werner, I said. I've had more practice. Werner got to his feet and said, Let's go downstairs, and I'll show you the truck you'll be hiding in. I got up and drained the dregs from my glass. Drinking makes you bad-tempered, said Werner. No, I said. It's having the bottle taken away that does that. The warehouse which Werner leased from the Foreign Trade Ministry was big. There were 2 30-ton trucks parked downstairs, and there was still plenty of room for packing cases and workbenches, and the office with 2 desks, 3 filing cases, and an ancient Adler typewriter. We bolt you in, said Werner, climbing into the back of the trailer. His voice echoed in the confined space. The first couple of times we did it, we welded that section after the people were inside, but we burned someone's leg doing it, so now we bolt it up and paint it with quick-drying paint. I hope you don't suffer from claustrophobia. He pointed to the place at the front of the cargo compartment, where 2 metal sheets had been opened to reveal a narrow compartment. Plenty of air holes, but they are not visible because of the baffles. These 2 brackets hold a small wooden seat, and we'll fix a soft cushion on it, because you'll be a long time in here. How long? Oh, those bastards at customs don't work a long, hard day, said Werner. 10 minutes of writing out forms, and they have to sit down and recuperate for an hour or so. How long, altogether? Sometimes the trucks are parked in the compounds for 2 days before the officials even look up and nod. Drivers have been known to go crazy in the waiting room. Maybe that's the idea. 3 days, maximum? We're talking about a game of chance, Bernie. Relax. Take along something to read. I'll fix a light for you. How about that? It could be they'll wave us through. I won't be the one travelling in this metal box, I said. I knew that, said Werner, in a voice that was more annoyed than self-satisfied. What did you know? Right from the start, I thought. That bastard's going to pull some kind of switch, and here it is. So, who's going? Brahms 4 goes first. He wants to take his wife. You could fit 2 people in here, couldn't you? It's better they go on the first trip. That's not the reason. That's just calculated to break my heart and make me think you're a wonderful fellow. I am a wonderful fellow, I said. You're a devious bastard, said Werner. You told Dickie. I did it just the way you wanted. No one knows except Dickie Cryer. And anyone he tells. And my kids? Finally, I had to ask the question I'd been avoiding. But you're worrying unnecessarily, Bernie. It can't be Fiona. 24-hour cover, 3 men and 2 cars each shift. I did it just the way you said. Your kids are watched night and day. I was surprised that Dickie Cryer okayed it. Thanks, Werner, I said. Does Fiona know where this place is? So now even he was truly convinced. Not from me, she doesn't. She wouldn't let you get arrested, Bernie. You're the father of her kids. He spoke of Fiona apologetically. Why does the betrayed partner always get treated like a leper? It's damned unfair. But it was no different from the way I'd treated Werner all through his sufferings and his disloyal wife. So, you'll put 2 seats in here, I said, wrapping the metal sheet at the hidden compartment. Where do we pick them up? We'll have to think carefully about that, Werner, I said. It's not a good idea to let them come here. You don't want some little creep writing down your address in a debriefing sheet that gets circulated to NATO intelligence officers. Werner shuddered and said nothing. I said, but we don't want a big truck like this going off the main roads. It would stick out like a sore thumb in some back street in Pankow. Mügelheimer Damm, suggested Werner. It was a long, almost straight road through the forest that bordered the Grosse Müggelsee, a big lake just outside the city. There are no houses all the way from Altstadt to Müggelheim, just the forest road, and it's convenient from here. Which way will you go? Through Russian Army HQ Karlshorst, or past the Red Army Memorial at Treptow? Both places were always well provided with sharp-eyed traffic police and plainclothes security man. What does it matter? We'll be clean at that stage of the journey. A halted truck on that long forest road, I said doubtfully. It will look as if the driver's gone behind the tree, said Werner. Where? On the Müggelheimer Damm. Keep driving till you see me, said Werner. It's better that I choose somewhere I like the look of. You'll find me. There won't be many bright yellow 30-ton articulated trucks parked along that section of road on a weekday. At 12:30, I said. We'll hope the traffic cops will be having lunch. Do you think his wife might be claustrophobic? A lot of women are. There was a case some years ago, I remember, where an escapee started beating on the floor of a car to get out. She just couldn't stand being locked in the luggage compartment. They were all arrested. If I gave Brahms 4 a needle, could we rely on him to give her a shot? If necessary. I knew you wouldn't go first, said Werner. I knew you'd want to get Brahms 4 out before you went yourself. What made you think so, Werner? You wouldn't put yourself into a position where London Central could have a change of mind and you not be able to do much about it. Go to the top of the class, Werner, I said. Fait accompli. That's your style. It always has been. He jumped down from the truck. One more thing, I said. Just to be on the safe side, I want Brahms 4 under observation right from the time he gets on the streetcar at Buchholz to go to work tomorrow. No problem, said Werner. Any divergence from what I've told him to do and we'll scrub the whole thing. I like you, Bernie. You're the only man I know who's more suspicious than I am, and that reassures me. Any divergence at all, I said. You won't tell him about Müggelheimer Damm before he gets there. I won't even answer if he says good morning. Even if it is Fiona, said Werner, she can't act on this day-to-day information without making it obvious that she's the KGB agent. Moscow might decide it's worthwhile. Brahms 4's a good source. Maybe the only really big leak they haven't been able to plug. That's why you want him to go first. Moscow will let the first one through even if they know about it. They'll let it go believing it's you and thinking the second escape will be their only chance of getting Brahms 4. It's a dangerous game, Bernie. If you're right, you'll get caught. But maybe I'm wrong, I said. Chapter 26. Don't worry, Frau Dr. von Munter, I said. Your husband will soon be back. I looked out the window. The little gardens of fruit and vegetables stretched in every direction across the flat land, and the curious assortment of hutments and sheds looked even more bizarre by daylight. On every side there were heaps of sand, bags of cement, and piles of bricks, blocks and timber for more amateur building work. Now May was here. Fruit trees, climbing flowers, shrubs and bushes were engulfing the buildings. There was lilac, the smell of it was everywhere, and cherry trees in snowy bloom, tubs of roses and dwarf rhododendrons. But the vegetation was not enough to hide the one-story building that the next-door neighbour had painted bright red and laboriously drawn wobbly lines of yellow upon to produce the effect of a medieval castle. The little house that the Munters owned was more restrained, painted dark green to blend with the surroundings. Its wooden window shutters bore old-fashioned flower designs. On the side of it, there was a tiny, lean-to greenhouse with pots of herbs, boxes of lettuce plants and some carnations, all crowded together to catch the sunshine. The garden, too, was more in keeping with the elderly couple, everything neat and tidy, like an illustration from a gardening manual. "Why did you tell him to say he wasn't feeling well?" she asked. Mrs. Munter was a severe-looking woman in a black dress with a white lacy collar. Her hair was drawn back tight into a bun, and her face had the high cheekbones and narrowed eyes that marked the German communities of the Baltic states. Blue eyes and reddish flaxen hair are common in Estonia. "Why did you?" It was an inscrutable face, but it was calm, too, the sort of face that, apart from a few wrinkles and spots, remains unchanged from early teens to old age. "So that no one will be surprised when he's away from the office for a couple of days." "I wish we had stayed at the apartment in Erkner. Here we have no TV. I get so bored here." "Your neighbour is sunning himself. Why don't you spend half an hour outside?" The owner of the Schloss next door had stretched on a blanket on his minuscule lawn. Now he was applying lotion to his bare chest and searching the sky for dark clouds, a wary frown upon his face. "No, he'll chatter to me," said Mrs. Munter. "He's a retired bus driver. He's on his own. Once he starts talking, you can't stop him. He grows tulips. I hate tulips, don't you? They look plastic." She was standing at the tiny window, looking out at her rhododendrons and roses. "Walter has worked so hard on his flowers. He'll miss them when we are somewhere else." "There'll be other roses and rhododendrons," I said. "Even this morning he went out to spray the roses. I said it was silly, but he insisted on doing it." "They need it at this time of year," I said. "Mine have got black spots. Will you go with us?" "I follow on. You've done this sort of thing before, I suppose." "You'll be quite safe, Frau von Munter. It's uncomfortable, but not dangerous." "Of course you'd say that," she said peevishly. "It's your job to encourage us." "By the time Dr. von Munter gets back here, it will be time to think about leaving." "Why do you make him come all the way back here before we leave? Why couldn't we meet him in town?" "It's the way it's been planned," I said. She looked at me and shook her head. "It's so that you can look at those papers he's bringing you. It's to give you a chance to cancel everything. Walter told me what you said." "Why not read your book?" I said. It was an anthology called More Short Stories from Poland. Twice or three times she'd started to read it and then put it down. Her mind was on other things. I said, "There's nothing to be gained from letting these thoughts go round and round in your mind. How do I know my husband isn't already on his way? To the west?" "Yes." "How do I know he's not already on his way?" "He wouldn't go anywhere without you, Frau von Munter." "Perhaps that disappointed you," she said. There was a hard note of satisfaction in her voice. "You wanted Walter to go on his own, didn't you?" "No," I said. "Oh, yes, you did. You made the arrangements for just one person. You were going to leave me here." "Is that what Dr. von Munter told you?" "He confides in me. That is what our marriage has always been." "What else has he confided to you?" I asked. I smiled to soften my question. "I know what he's gone back to his office for, if that's what you mean." "Tell me then." "A paper of some kind, handwritten by a communist agent, someone very highly placed in the London Intelligence Service." I didn't deny that she was right. "Yes," she said, "and you'll recognize the handwriting, and you'll know who it is." "I hope so," I said. "But what will you do then, I wonder? Will you reveal who it is, or will you use it for your own purposes?" "Why do you say that?" "It's obvious to me," she said. "If you wanted only to reveal the truth, you could have had the papers sent to London. But you want to look at them. You want to be the one who has the power." "Would you make some more coffee, please?" "My husband is too nice," she said. "He'd never use the sort of power he has to advance himself. He does what he does because of his beliefs." I nodded. She went to a tiny sink, which could be closed inside the cupboard when not in use, filled the electric kettle, and switched it on. "We bought this Laube during the war. Walter said the bombs were less dangerous in soft earth. We grew potatoes, leeks, and onions. There was no electricity then, of course, and we had to go a long walk to get drinking water. She talked compulsively, her arms akimbo as she stared at the kettle. I noticed her small red hands and her red bony elbows as she rubbed her arms as if she felt cold. She had concealed her nervousness until now, but it is often accompanied by such bodily chills. She waited until the kettle came to the full boil before pouring the water into the pot. "Do you have a wife?" she asked. She'd put a felt cover on the coffee pot, and now she clasped it with her open hands to feel the warmth of it. "Does she sit at home all day getting bored?" "She goes to work," I explained. "She works with me." "Is that how you met?" "I met Walter at a big house his parents had near Bernard. They are an important old family, you know." "I met your husband's father once," I said. "He was a remarkable old man. I was only a small child, but he spoke to me as an equal. And a few days later he sent me a leather-bound copy of Die Schöne Müllerin. It had come from his library, and had his name embossed in gold on the cover and an engraved book plate inside. My father told me that only a dozen books from his library had survived the war. I have it still." "You lived in Berlin as a child. That explains your perfect Berlin accent." She seemed more relaxed, now she knew that I'd met old von Münter. "Hundreds of local people went to the old gentleman's funeral. They had it out there at the house, where all the rest of the family had been buried. My father was a country physician. He attended the old man right until the end." "What did your father do for a living?" "He started out as a clerk. In the 30s he was unemployed for a long time. Then he went into the army. The war began and he became an officer. After the war he stayed in the army. I'm Walter's second wife, of course. Ida was killed in one of the very first air raids." She poured coffee for us. "Do you have children?" "Two, a boy and a girl. It's Ida's child, of course, the one he wants to see." She pushed the large cup of black coffee across the table to me, in a gesture that contained an element of rejection. "In Sao Paulo. There's only the one child. That's why Walter dotes on him so much. I hope and pray he is not disappointed." "Disappointed? How?" "It's such a long time," she said, as if on that account the chances of the two men disappointing each other were self-evident. "He's sure to be grateful," I said. "Walter has given him so much." "He's given his son everything," she said. "He's given him every penny he's earned from you. He's given him the life that was rightfully mine." She drank some coffee. Her words were bitter, but her face was calm. "And now his son will be able to thank you both. We'll be strangers to him. His son won't want the burden of looking after us, and Walter has no chance of earning any more." "It'll be all right," I promised, vaguely. "Our presence will remind him of his obligation, and he will resent that. Then he'll start feeling guilty about such feelings and associate us with that guilt." She drank more coffee. She'd obviously been thinking about it a great deal. "I'm always a pessimist." "Is your wife a pessimist?" "She had to be an optimist to marry me," I said. "You haven't told me how you met," said Mrs. Münter. I mumbled something about meeting her at a party, and went over to look out the window. She'd arrived with two other girls. Dickie Cryer knew her name, and so I immediately approached her with a bottle of Sancerre and 2 empty glasses. We danced to music from an old broken record player and discussed our host, a Foreign Office junior clerk who was celebrating a posting to Singapore. The owner was typing letters for a travel company in Oxford Street. It was a temporary job, due to finish the next week. She asked me if I knew of any really interesting work for someone with a good degree who could type and take shorthand in 3 languages. I didn't think she was serious at first. Her clothes and jewellery made her look anything but desperate for employment. She told me she was out of work, I said. At the time, Brett Rensselaer was setting up an undercover operation that worked out of an office block in Holborn and processed selected data from the Berlin office We needed staff, and Brett had already decided that we would not go through the normal civil service recruitment procedure. It took too long and involved too much form-filling and interviewing. To make matters worse, the civil service only sent us applicants that the Foreign Office had already decided were not good enough for them. "What was she wearing?" said Mrs. Munter. "Nothing special," I said. It was a tight sweater of Angora wool. I remember it because it took 2 dry cleanings and a lot of brushing to remove the final fluffs of wool from my only good suit. I asked her where she learned shorthand and typing, and she cracked some silly joke that made it clear that she was an Oxford graduate, and I pretended not to understand such subtlety. Dickie Cryer tried to cut in on our dancing at that point, but Fiona said, couldn't he see that she was dancing with the most handsome man in the room? "But you saw her again?" said Mrs. Munter. "I had a date with her the very next evening, and I wanted to be able to say that I had a job for her. It was an attractive idea to have her in the same office with me. Brett Rensselaer didn't much like the idea of taking on someone we hadn't properly vetted, but when we found out that she was related to Silas Gaunt, who'd become something of a legend in the department, he gave me a grudging okay. At first it was conditional on her working only out of my office and not having access to the really sensitive material or any contact with our Berlin people. But in a few years, hard work and long hours gave her a series of promotions that put her in line for an operations desk. "I got her a job," I said. "Perhaps it was the job rather than you she was after," said Mrs. Munter, tilting her head on one side to show me it was not a serious suggestion. "Perhaps it was," I said. I was watching 2 men at the far end of the narrow lane that led up from Buchholz Church. They were both in civilian clothes, but unmistakably Stasis. It was government policy that the secret police never wore beards or moustaches, and dressed in plain clothes of a type that made them immediately recognizable to every East German who saw them. Everyone except the most naive realized that there were other plainclothes policemen who weren't so easy to spot. But where the hell were they? "Frau von Munter," I said matter-of-factly, "there are a couple of policemen coming up the lane, checking each of the houses in turn." I kept watching them. Now I could see that there were 2 more men, one in police uniform, and behind them a black Volvo negotiating the narrow lane with great care. Beyond that came a minibus with a light fixed to the roof. 4 policemen, I said. "Perhaps more." She came over to the window, but had the good sense to stand well back from it. "What kind of policemen?" she asked. "The kind who get Volvos," I said. With the scarcity of any sort of hard currency, only senior ranks or special squads could get an imported car. "What do we do?" She gave no sign of fear. Married to a spy for a couple of decades, I suppose she'd lived through this nightmare times without number. "Get 2 boxes of those seedlings from the greenhouse," I said. "I'll just look round in here before we leave." "Where are we going?" "Back to my car." "We'll have to go past them." "They'll see us whichever way we go. Better to brazen it out." She put on an absurd fez-like hat and fastened it into her hair with ferocious-looking hat-pins. She looked round the room. There were obviously many things she'd planned to take with her, but she grabbed only a fur coat from a box under the bed and put it on. She went out to the greenhouse, came back, and handed me a box of seedlings and kept one for herself. As we went out, I smiled to the neighbour stretched out on a blanket in front of his castle. He shut his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Closing the little garden gate carefully after Mrs. Munter, I followed her down the lane towards the policeman. They were working systematically, a 2-man team on each side of the lane. One man to go into the garden and knock at the door, the other to watch the back. The driver of the car would be ready to take a pot shot at anyone trying to run for it. In the back of the Volvo, there was another man. It was Lenin, the senior officer of the team that had arrested Rolf Mauser. He was sprawled across the back seat, ticking off names and addresses from papers on a clipboard. "Who are you? Where are you going?" said one of the policemen as we got near. It was the young Saxon conscript again. He'd been given the job of plodding along the lane to hold back the bushes that might scratch the paintwork of the car. "None of your business, young man," said Mrs. Munter. She made an incongruous figure, standing there in the sunshine, holding the plants and wearing her fur coat and café-clutch hat. "Do you live here?" He moved out to block the path. I noticed that the flap of his pistol holster was undone. His arms were folded across his body, a gesture that policemen like to think looks friendly. "Live here?" said Mrs. Munter. "What do you think we are, squatters?" Even the policeman smiled. Whatever Mrs. Munter looked like, she could not be mistaken for one of the dirty, long-haired squatters seen so frequently on TV news from the West Sector. "Do you know anyone here named Munter?" "I don't know any of these people," she said disdainfully. "I come to this dreadful place only to buy things that I can't get elsewhere. My son is helping me with these carnations. It's his day off, and he's brought his car here. 10 marks for these few seedlings. It's disgraceful. You should be concerning yourself with the profiteers that are flourishing here." "We are," said the policeman. He still smiled, but didn't move. She leaned close to him. "What are you doing?" she whispered loudly. "Is it the wife-swappers you're after? Or have the whores moved in here again?" He grinned and stood aside. "You're too young to know about that kind of thing, Mutti," he said. He turned round and watched us as we staggered along with the boxes of plants. "Make way for the busy gardeners," he called to the policeman behind him. And they stood aside too. The man in the back of the Volvo stared at his papers and said nothing. He probably thought our papers had been checked. Chapter 27. My box of carnation plants was heavy enough to make me sweat by the time we got to the church at Buchholz, but Mrs. Munter was not complaining. Perhaps she was much stronger than she looked, or perhaps she'd chosen a lighter one for herself. Buchholz marks the end of the number 49 tram route. In the cobbled village square were the bicycles of commuters who lived beyond the terminus. There were hundreds of them, racked, stacked, hanging and piled. The narrow pathways that gave access to them made an intricate maze. Within this maze, a man was standing. He had a newspaper in his hands, and he was reading from it in a preoccupied way that permitted him to glance round him and to look down the street as if waiting for the tram to arrive. It was Werner Volkmann. There was no mistaking the big bear-like torso and short legs, and the hat that was planted right on top of his large head. He gave no sign of seeing me, but I knew he'd chosen that spot so he could keep the car in his line of vision. I unlocked the doors and put the plants in the boot, and Mrs. Munter in the back seat. Only then, when Mrs. Munter was shut in the car and couldn't hear us, did Werner cross the road to talk to me. "I thought you'd be across the other side of town," I said quietly, stifling the impulse to scream at him. "It's probably okay," said Werner. He turned to look up the street. There was a police car outside the post office, but the driver was showing no interest in us. He was talking to a cop in one of the long white coats that only traffic police wear. "4 plainclothes cops visited your man's office this morning. It was nothing more than a few polite inquiries, but it scared the hell out of him. The same team who arrested Rolf Mauser are now raking through the Lauben and asking if anyone knows him." "I know. I saw them arrive." "Thanks, Werner." "No sense in me rushing in there to get arrested with you," said Werner defensively. "I can be more help to you free." "So, where is he?" "Brahms 4. He left his office soon after arriving at work. He came into the street, holding a small attaché case and wearing a pained look. I didn't know what to do. No phone here to reach you, so I had one of my people grab him. I stayed clear. He doesn't know me. I didn't want him to see the warehouse, so I had someone drive him out to Müggelsee. The truck will go separately. Then I came up here to ask you whether we should still go ahead." "Well, at least let's make the kind of attempt that will look good on the report," I said. "Let's take this old lady over to Müggelsee and put her in the truck." "You kept your man well wrapped up," said Werner,
20 years at least he's been operating in this town, and I'd never seen him until today. Deep cover, I said, imitating the voice of Frank Harrington at his most ponderous. Werner smiled. He enjoyed any joke against Frank. Werner got in the driver's side and took the wheel. He started up and turned the car south for Berliner Strasse in the city centre. For Müggelsee, the Autobahn will be quicker, Werner, I said. That would take us out of the east sector and into the zone, said Werner. I don't like crossing the city boundaries. I came that way to get here. It's quicker. This is Himmelfahrt, Ascension Day. A lot of people will be taking the day off to swim and sun. It's not an official holiday, but there's a lot of absenteeism. That's the only kind of ism that's really popular here. There will be cops on the roads that lead out of town. They'll be taking names and arresting drunks, and generally trying to discourage people from having a holiday whenever they feel like goofing off. You've talked me out of it, Werner. Mrs. Munter leaned forward between the seats. Did you say we are going to Müggelsee? That will be crowded. It's popular at this time of year. Me and Bernie used to swim out there when we were kids, said Werner. The Grosse Müggelsee is always the first to warm up in summer and the first to freeze for ice skating. It's shallow water. But you're right, gnädige Frau. It will be crowded out there today. I could kick myself for forgetting about the holiday. My husband will be there, I answered her. Your husband's there already. We'll join him, and you'll be across the border by nightfall. It was not long before we saw the first revellers. There were a dozen or more men in a brewer's dray. Such horse-drawn vehicles with pneumatic tyres are still common in Eastern Europe. But this one was garlanded with bunches of leaves and flowers and coloured paper, and the fine, dapple-grey horses were specially groomed with brightly beribboned manes. The men in the dray wore funny hats, many of them black toppers, and short-sleeved shirts. Some wore the favourite status symbol of Eastern Europe, blue jeans, and inevitably there were Western T-shirts. One blazoned, I love Daytona Beach, Florida, and another, Der Tag geht, Johnny Walker kommt. The horses were going very slowly, and the men were singing very loudly between swigging beer and shouting to people in the street and catcalling after girls. They gave a loud cheer as our car went past them. There were more such parties as we got to Köpenick. Groups of men stood under the trees at the edge of the road, smoking and drinking in silence, with a dedication that is unmistakably German. Other men were laughing and singing. Some slept soundly, neatly arranged like logs, while others were being violently ill. Werner stopped the car well down the Müggelheimer Dam. There were no other vehicles in sight. Plantations of tall fir trees darkened the road. This extensive forest continued to the lakes on each side of the road and far beyond. There was no sign of Werner's big articulated truck, but he'd spotted its driver standing at the roadside. He was near one of the turn-offs, narrow tracks that led to the edge of the Müggelsee. What is it? Werner asked him anxiously. Everything's in order, said the man. He was a big, beefy, red-necked man, wearing bib-and-brace overalls and a red and white woolen hat of the sort worn by British football supporters. I had the truck here as we arranged, but a crowd of these lunatics. He indicated some small groups of men standing in a car park across the road. They began climbing all over it. I had to move it. He had the strongest Berlin accent I'd ever heard. He sounded like one of the old-style comedians who can still be heard telling Berliner jokes in unlicensed cabarets in the back streets of Charlottenburg. Where are you now? Said Werner. I pulled off the road into one of these fire breaks, said the driver. The earth's not so firm, all that bloody rain last week. I'm heavy, you know. Get stuck and we're in trouble. This is the other one, said Werner, moving his head to indicate Mrs. Munter in the back seat. She doesn't look too heavy, said the driver. What do you weigh, Fraulein? About 50 kilos? He grinned at her. Mrs. Munter, who obviously weighed twice that, didn't answer. Don't be shy,
said the driver. And the man? Said Werner. Ah, said the driver. The Herr Professor. He was the sort of German who called any elderly, well-dressed fellow countryman Professor. I sent him up to that lakeside restaurant to get a cup of coffee. I told him someone would come for him when we are ready. While he was saying that, I saw the black Volvo and the minibus coming down the road from the direction of Müggelheim. They would have made good time on the Autobahn, flashing their lights to get priority in the traffic or using their siren to clear the fast lane. Get the professor, said Werner to me. I'll drive the old lady down to where the truck is parked and come back to meet you here. As I hurried along the woodland path towards the lake, I could hear a curious noise. It was the regular roaring sound that waves make as they are sucked back through the pebbles on a long stony beach. It got louder as I approached the open-air restaurant, but that did not prepare me for the scene I found there. The indoor restaurant was closed on weekdays, but there were hundreds of men milling around the lakeside Biergarten in inebriated confusion. They were mostly young workers dressed in bright shirts and denim pants, but some wore pyjamas and some had Arab headdress, and many of them had brought the black top hat that is traditional for Himmelfahrt. I could see no women, just men. There were long lines of them waiting at a serving hatch marked Getränke, and an equally long line at a hatch marked Café, where only beer in half-litre plastic cups was being served. Tables were crammed with dozens and dozens of empty plastic cups stacked together, and there were more empties scattered in the flower beds and lined up along the low dividing walls. "Heiliger Bimbam," said a drunk behind me, as surprised as I was at the sight. The roars of sound were coming from the throats of the men as they watched a rubber ball being kicked high into the air. It went up over their heads and cut an arc in the blue sky before coming down to meet yet another skillfully placed boot that sent it back up again. It took me a few minutes to spot Münter. By some miracle, he'd found a chair and was sitting at a table at the edge of the lake where it was a little less crowded. He seemed to be the only person drinking coffee. I sat down on the low wall next to him. There were no other chairs in sight. Prudent staff had no doubt removed them from the danger zone. "Time to go," I said. "Your wife is here. Everything is okay." "I got it for you," he said. "Thanks," I said. "I knew you would." "Half the clerks in my department have taken the day off, too. I had no trouble walking into the chief's office, finding the file, and helping myself." "I'm told you had a visit from the police." "The office had a visit from the police," he corrected me. "I left before they found me." "They came out to Buchholz," I said. "I was trying to think of some way of warning you when a man came up to me in the street and brought me here." He reached into his pocket and produced a brown envelope. He put it on the table. I left it there for a moment. "Aren't you going to open it and look inside?" he asked. Not far away from us, a six-piece wind band had assembled. Now they were making all those sounds musicians have to make before playing music. "You want to see the writing? You want to see who is the traitor in London Central?" "I know who it is," I said. "You've guessed, you mean?" "I know. I've always known." "I risked my freedom to get it this morning," he said. "I'm sorry," I said. I picked up the envelope and toyed with it as I reasoned out what to do. Finally, I handed it back to him. "Take it to London," I said. "Give it to Richard Cryer. He's a slim fellow with curly hair and chewed fingernails. Make sure no one else gets it. Now, we must go. The police seem to have traced us here. They're the same ones who went to Buchholz." "My wife. Is she safe?" He got to his feet in alarm. As he did so, the wind band began playing a drinking song. "Yes, I told you, but we must hurry." I could see them arriving now. I could see Lenin, with his long brown leather overcoat and his little beard. He was wearing a brown leather cap, too, and metal-rimmed eyeglasses. His face was hard and his eyes were hidden behind the bright reflections of his lenses. Alongside him was the young Saxon conscript, white-faced and anxious, like a child lost in a big crowd. It was unusual to have a conscript in such a team. His father's influence must be considerable, I thought. The 4 policemen had stopped suddenly at the end of the path, surprised, just as I had been upon first catching sight of the multitude. The band music was loud, too loud to make conversation easy. I grabbed Munter's arm and moved him hurriedly into a crowd of men who had linked arms and were trying to dance together. One of them, a muscular fellow with curly moustache, was wearing striped pyjamas over his clothes. He grabbed Munter and said, "Come, Vater tanzen!" "I'm not your father," I heard Munter say, as I stood on tiptoe to see the policemen. They had not moved. They remained on the far side of the beer garden, bewildered at the task of finding anyone in such a crowd. Lenin tapped to one of the older men and sent him down the line of men waiting to buy beer. He sent the 4th man back along the path. No doubt he was going to bring more men from the minibus. For the second time, Munter disengaged his arm from that of the man in pyjamas. "Ich bin vaterlos," said the man sorrowfully. The fatherless man pretended to cry. His friends laughed and swayed in time with the umpapa music. I grabbed Munter and pushed through the dancers. Looking back, I caught sight of the leather-capped Lenin, who was clambering onto a tub of flowers to see over the heads of the crowd. Around him the dancing had stopped, and the football went rolling down the steps, unheeded. "Walk that way, through the trees," I told Munter. "You'll meet a broad-shouldered man, about my age, wearing a coat with an astrakhan collar. In any case, keep going along the road until you see a very big truck with a bright yellow tarpaulin marked Underberg. Stop the truck and get in. Your wife will be there already." "What about you?" "I'll try to delay the police." "That's dangerous, Bernd. Get going." "Thank you, Bernd," said the old man soberly. We both knew that after Weimar, it was what I had to do for him. "Walk, not run," I called as he ambled away. His dark suit ensured that he would soon be swallowed up by the gloom of the forest. I pushed my way along to the edge of the lake. A number of men had walked out on the little pier and climbed into a small sailing boat. Now, someone was trying to untie the mooring ropes, but it was proving difficult for the maladroit drunk. One of the restaurant staff was shouting at the men, but they paid no heed. A very loud cheer brought my attention round to the beer garden again. 3 young drunks were walking along the top of a low wall. Each carried a pitcher of beer and wore a black top hat, and each was otherwise naked. Every few paces they stopped, bowed deeply to acknowledge the applause, and then drank from the jugs. Lenin had his 3 cohorts at his side as he elbowed his way through the muttering crowd of holidaymakers, their exuberance stifled by his presence. Thinking the policemen were there to check absentees from work and were about to arrest the streakers, the onlookers were resentful. Intoxication emboldened them enough to show their resentment. There were catcalls. The 4 policemen were jostled and pushed. They were confronted by a particularly big opponent, a bearded man in sweatshirt and jeans who seemed determined to bar their way. But they were trained to deal with such situations. Like all cops, they knew that quick action, with a nicely judged degree of violence, is what crowd control depends upon. One of the uniformed cops felled the bearded man with a blow of his truncheon. Lenin blew 3 blasts on his whistle, to suggest that many more policemen were on call, and they plunged on through a crowd which parted to make way for them. By now Munter was 100 yards or more into the forest and out of sight. But Lenin had obviously spotted him, for once through the thickest part of the crush of men, he began running. I ran too, choosing a path that would converge on the policeman's. I ran alongside them, through the springy undergrowth of the dark forest. Lenin looked round to see who was chasing him, saw me, and looked to his front again. "This way!" I shouted, and headed down a path that led back to the lakeside. For a moment, Lenin and his 3 subordinates continued going the way that Munter had gone. Surely the old man had heard them coming after him by now. "You 4!" I shouted, with the sort of arrogance that was calculated to convince them of my seniority. This way, you bloody fools! He's heading for the boat! Still the men raced after Lenin, while I continued on the path. This was my last chance. Do you hear me, you idiots? I shouted breathlessly. This way, I say! My desperation must have been the convincing factor, for Lenin changed direction and came thumping across the forest floor, his ammunition boots shaking the earth, his eyeballs dilated, and his face bright red with exertion. The boat is hidden, I shouted, to account for what I guessed would be the complete absence of any boat when they reached the water. I waved the uniformed cops past me, and then went back up the path, as if expecting more policemen who might need guidance. But by the time I was 50 yards up the track, Lenin had got to the waterfront and found no boats or places along the lake's edge where any could be hidden. He'd sent the young Saxon conscript back to find me. "Stop, sir," said the cop in that unmistakable accent. "This way!" I shouted, bluffing to the end. "Stop, sir," said the cop again. "Stop, or I shoot." He had his pistol in his hand. I reasoned that a conscript lad who argued with the leader of his arrest team might well be the type who would pull the trigger. I stopped. "Your identification, please, sir," said the cop. I could see Lenin plodding back up the path, breathing heavily and wriggling his fingers in anger. The game was up. "I was just trying to help," I said. "I saw him come this way." "Search him," said Lenin to the Saxon boy. He paused to catch his breath. "Then take him back and lock him up." To the other cop he said, "We'll go to the Mügelheiner Dam, but we've probably lost them. They must have had a car waiting there." He came very close to me and stared me in the eyes. "We'll find out all about it from this one." Chapter 28. They locked me in an office of the police barracks. It had a barred window and a mortice lock. They figured I wasn't dangerous enough to need a prison cell. In a perverse way, I resented that. And I resented the fact that Lenin sent the Saxon kid in to do the first interrogation. What's your name and who employs you, all that sort of crap. And always that accent. I kept trying to guess the exact location of his hometown, but it was a game he wouldn't join. I think he was from some little town in the German backwoods where Poland meets Czechoslovakia. But I got him off guard by talking about his accent and his family. And when I suddenly switched the topic of conversation to the fiasco at Müggelsee, he let slip that the Munters had got away. I nodded and asked him for something to eat so quickly afterwards that I don't think he even noticed what he'd said. After the Saxon kid had finished, they left a blank-faced young cop sitting in the office with me. But he wouldn't respond to my conversation. He didn't say anything, or even watch me when I went to look out of the window. We were on the top floor of what the international intelligence community calls Normannenstrasse, East Germany's state security service block in Berlin-Lichtenberg. From this side of the building, I could look down onto Frankfurter Allee. This wide road is Berlin's main highway eastwards, and there was a steady stream of heavy traffic. The weather had turned colder now, and the only people on the street were clerical staff from the State Security Ministry filing down the steps into Magdalenestrasse U-Bahn at the end of the working day. Lenin joined in the fun about midnight. They'd taken my wristwatch, of course, along with my money, a packet of French cigarettes, and my Swiss Army knife. But I could hear a church or a municipal clock striking each hour. Lenin was amiable. He even laughed at a joke I made about the coffee. He was older than I had estimated, my age perhaps. No wonder that chase through the forest had made him puff. He wore a brown corduroy suit with button-down top pocket and braided edges to the lapels. I wondered if he'd designed it himself, or had picked it up from some old village tailor in a remote part of Hungary or Romania. He liked travelling. He told me that. Then he talked about old American films, the time he'd spent seconded to the security police in Cuba, and his love for English detective stories. He brought out his tiny cheroots and offered me one. I declined. It was the standard interrogator's ploy. "I can't smoke them," I told him. They give me a sore throat. Then I suggest that we both smoke the French cigarettes we took from you. Permit? I was in no position to object. Okay, I said. He produced my half-empty packet of Gauloises from his coat and took one before sliding the packet across to me. I found those Western cigarettes on the U-Bahn train, I said. He smiled. That's what I wrote in the arrest report. You think I don't listen to what you say? He threw his cigarette lighter to me. It was of Western origin, an expendable one with visible fuel supply. It was very low, but it worked. Now we destroy the evidence by burning, you and me, right? He winked conspiratorially. Lenin, who said his real name was Erich Stinnes, had an encyclopedic memory. He was able to recite endlessly the names of his favourite authors, for they were many and varied, and he seemed to know in bewildering detail every plot they'd written. But he spoke of the fictional characters as if they were alive. Do you think, he asked me, that Sherlock Holmes, coming across a criminal of some foreign culture, would find detection more difficult? Is it perhaps true that he is effective only when working against a criminal who shares the creed of the English gentleman? They're just stories, I said. No one takes them seriously. I take them seriously, said Lenin. Holmes is my mentor. Holmes doesn't exist. Holmes never did exist. It's just twaddle. How can you be such a Philistine? Said Lenin. In the Sign of Four, Holmes said that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Such perception cannot be dismissed lightly. But in A Study of Scarlet, he said almost the opposite, I argued. He said that when a fact appears opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Ah, so you are a believer, said Lenin. He puffed on the Gauloise. Anyway, I don't call that a contradiction. Look, Erich, I said. All I know about Sherlock Bloody Holmes is the curious incident of the dog in the night time. Lenin waved a hand to silence me, sat back with hands placed, fingertips together, and said, Yes, Silver Blaze. A frown came as he tried to remember the exact words. The dog did nothing in the night time. That was the curious incident. Exactly, Erich, old pal, I said. And as one Sherlock Holmes fan to another, would you mind explaining to me the equally curious absence of any proper bloody attempt to interrogate me? Lenin smiled a tight-lipped little smile, like a parson hearing a risque joke from a bishop. And that's just what I would say in your position, Englishman. I told my superior that a senior security man from London will wonder why we are not following the normal procedure. He will begin to hope that he'll get special treatment, I said. He'll think we don't want him to know our interrogation procedure. And he'll think that's because he is going home very soon. And once a prisoner starts thinking along those lines, he closes his mouth very tight. After that, it can take weeks to get anything out of him. And what did your superior say? I asked. His exact words I am not permitted to reveal. He shrugged apologetically. But, as you can see for yourself, he paid no heed to my advice. That I should be interrogated while still warm? He half closed his eyes and nodded. Again, it was the mannerism of a churchman. It's what should have been done, isn't it? But you can't tell these desk people anything. I know, I said. Yes, you know what it's like, and so do I, he said. Both of us work the tough side of the business. I've been west a few times, just as you've come here. But who gets the promotions and the big wages? Desk-bound party bastards. How lucky you are not having the party system working against you all the time. We have got it, I said. It's called Eton and Oxbridge. But Lenin was not to be stopped. Last year, my son got marks that qualified him to go to university, but he lost the place to some kid with lower marks. When I complained, I was told that it was official policy to favor the children of working-class parents against those from the professional classes, in which they include me. Shit, I said. You victimize my son because his father was clever enough to pass his exams. What kind of workers' state is that? Are you recording this conversation? So they can put me into prison with you. Do you think I'm crazy? I still want to know why I'm not being interrogated. Tell me, he said, suddenly leaning forward, drawing on his cigarette and blowing smoke reflectively as he formed the question in his mind. How much per diem do you get? I don't understand. I'm not asking you what you do for a living, he said. All I want to know is how much do they pay you for daily expenses when you are away from home? £112 sterling per day for food and lodging. And then we get extra expenses plus travel expenses. Lenin blew a jet of smoke in a gesture that displayed his indignation. And they won't even pay us a daily rate. The cashier's office insists upon us writing everything down. We have to account for every penny we've handled. That's the sort of little black book I wouldn't like to keep, I said. Incriminating. Right, that's it exactly. I wish I could get this fact into the heads of the idiots who run this bureau. You're not recording any of this. Let me tell you something in confidence, said Lenin. I was on the phone to Moscow an hour ago. I pleaded with them to let me interrogate you my way. No, they said. The KGB colonel is on his way now, Moscow says. They keep saying that, but he never arrives. You are ordered not to do anything but hold the prisoner in custody. Stupid bastards. That's Moscow for you. He inhaled and blew smoke angrily. Quite honestly, if you broke down and gave me a complete confession about having an agent in Moscow's Central Committee, I'd yawn. Let's try you, I said. He grinned. What would you do in my place? This KGB colonel will take over your file when he gets here tomorrow morning. Do you think he'll give me any credit for the work done before he arrives? Like hell he will. No, sir. I'm not going to dig anything out of you for those party big shots. I nodded, but I was not beguiled by his behaviour. I'd long ago learned that it is only the very devout who toy with heresy. It's only the Jesuit who complains at the Pope, only the devoted parent who ridicules his child, only the super-rich who pick up pennies from the gutter. And in East Berlin, it is only the truly faithful who speak treason with such self-assurance. They took me downstairs at 7 o'clock the next morning. I'd heard cars arriving shortly before, and men shouting in the way that guard commanders shout when they want to impress some visiting hotshot. It was a plush office by East European standards. Modern design, finished desk and chairs, and a sheepskin rug on the floor. A faint aroma of disinfectant mingled with the cheap perfume of the floor polish. This was the smell of Moscow. Fiona was not sitting behind the desk. She was standing at the side of the room. My friend Lenin was standing stiffly at her side. He'd obviously been briefing her, but Fiona's authority was established by the imperious way in which she dismissed him. Go to your office and get on with it. I'll call if I want you, she said in that brisk Russian that I'd always admired. So the so-called Erich Stinnes was a Russian, a KGB officer, no doubt. Well, he spoke bloody good Berlin German. Probably he'd grown up here, the son of an occupier, as I was. Fiona straightened her back as she looked at me. Well, she said. Hello, Fiona, I said. You guessed. She looked different. Harder, perhaps, but confident and relaxed. It must have been a relief to be her real self after a lifetime of deception. Sometimes I was sure you'd guessed the truth. What guessing was needed? It was obvious, or should have been. So, why did you do nothing about it? Her voice was steel. It was as if she were pushing herself to be as robotic as a weighing machine. You know how it is, I said vaguely. I kept thinking of other explanations. I repressed it. I didn't want to believe it. You didn't make any mistakes, if that's what you mean. It wasn't true, of course, and she knew it. I should never have written that damned submission. I knew those fools would leave it in the file. They promised. Is there anything to drink in this office? I asked. Now that I had to face the truth, I found it easier than dealing with the dread of it. Perhaps all fear is worse than reality, just as all hope is better than fulfillment. Maybe. She opened the drawers in the desk and found an almost full bottle of vodka. Will this do? Anything will do, I said, getting a teacup from a shelf and pouring myself a measure of it. You should cut down on your drinking, she said, impassively. You don't make it easy to do, I said. I gulped some and poured more. She gave me the briefest of smiles. I wish it hadn't ended like this. That sounds like a line from Hollywood, I said. You make it hard on yourself. That's not the way I like it. I always made it a condition that nothing would happen to you. Every mission you did after that business at Gdynia, I kept you safe. You betrayed every mission I did. That's the truth of it. That was the humiliating part of it, the way she'd protected me. You'll go free. You'll go free this morning. It made no difference that Werner demanded it. Werner? He met me with a car at Berlin-Tegel when my plane landed. He held me at pistol point. He threatened me and made me promise to release you. Werner is a schoolboy, she said. He plays schoolboy games and has the same schoolboy loyalties you had when I first met you. Maybe that was my loss, I said. But not my gain. She came closer to me for one last look. It was a good trick to say you'd cross first. It made me think I might get here in time to catch Brahms 4, your precious von Munter. Instead, you caught me, I said. Yes, that was clever, darling. But suppose I hang on to you. You won't do that, I said. It wouldn't suit you to have me around. In a Soviet prison, I'd be an impediment to you, and an imprisoned husband wouldn't suit that social conscience you care so much about. You're right. At least you're trying to find excuses, I said. Why should I bother? You wouldn't understand, she said. You just talk about the class system and make jokes about the way it works. I do something about it. Don't explain, I said. Leave me something to be mystified about. You'll always be the same arrogant swine I met at Freddie Springfield's party. I'd like to think I was just a little smarter than the man you made a fool of then. You've got nothing to regret. You'll go back to London and get Dickie Cryer's desk. By the end of the year, you'll be running Brett Rensselaer out of his job. Will I? I've made you a hero, she said bitterly. You made me run for cover, and at a time when no one else suspected the truth. Until you phoned about the handwritten report, I thought I could keep going for ever and ever. I didn't answer. I kicked myself for not acknowledging the truth years before. That I had been Fiona's greatest asset. Who would believe that Bernard Samson would be married to a foreign agent and not realize it? Her marriage to me had made her life more complicated, but it had kept her safe. And you rescued your precious agent. You got Brahms 4 home safely enough to make all your other agents breathe more easily once more? I still said nothing. She might be leading me on. Until I was sure that the Munters were safe, I preferred to play dumb on the subject. Oh, yes, you're a professional success story, my darling. It's only your domestic life that is a disaster. No wife, no home, no children. She was gloating. I knew she wanted to provoke me into an outburst of bad temper. I recognized that tone of voice from other times, other places, and other arguments. It was the tone of voice she sometimes used to criticize Werner, my grammar, my accent, my suits, my old girlfriends. Can I go now? The arresting officer, Major Erich Stinnes, is taking you to Checkpoint Charlie at 9 o'clock. The arrangements are all made. You'll be all right. She smiled. She was enjoying the chance to show me how much authority she had. She was a KGB colonel. They would treat her well. The KGB look after their own, they always have done. It's only the rest of the world they treat like dirt. I turned to go. But women won't let anything end like that. They always have to sit you down at the table for a lecture, or write you a long letter, or make sure they have not just the last word, but the last thought, too. The children will go to the best school in Moscow. It was part of the arrangements I made. I might be able to arrange that you have a safe passage to see them now and again, but I can't promise. Of course not, I said. And I can't send them to England on visits, darling. I just couldn't trust you to send them back, could I? No, I said. You couldn't. Now can I go? I paid off the overdraft and put 600 into your account to pay off Nanny, and 100 for some outstanding bills. I wrote it all down and left the letter with Mr. Moore, the bank manager. Okay. The DG will send for you, of course. You can tell him that the official policy at this end will be one of no publicity about my defection. I imagine that will suit him all right after all the scandals the service has suffered in the past year. I'll tell him, I promised. Goodbye then, darling. Do I get one final kiss? No, I said. I opened the door. Lenin was waiting on the landing, leather cap in hand. He saw Fiona standing behind me. He didn't smile in the presence of a senior officer. I wondered if he knew she was my wife. She'd probably be working out of Berlin. Poor Erich Stinnes. When we got to the ground floor, I walked past him and he hurried to catch up with me as I marched to the front door to get out of that foul building. Is there anything else? Lenin asked as he signalled for the car. For instance, I said. I sat in the black Volvo and looked out at the sunny streets. Stalin Alley, that had become Karl Marx Alley, one night when all the street signs were changed before daybreak. The Alex, left onto Unter den Linden, and then left again so that Checkpoint Charlie was to be seen at the bottom of Friedrichstrasse. I'll take you right through the checkpoint, said Stinnes. The driver touched the horn. The frontier police recognized the car, put the booms up, and we drove through without stopping. The American soldier in the glass-sided hut on the western side gave us no more than a glance. Far enough, I said. I'll get one of these cabs. But in fact I'd already caught sight of Werner. He was seated in the car over the road, where we always parked when we waited at Checkpoint Charlie. The Volvo turned and stopped. I got out and took a deep breath of that famous Berliner Luft. I wanted to run down to the canal and follow it to Lutzow-Platz and then to Dad's office on Tauentzienstrasse. I would open his desk and take the chocolate bar that was his ration. I'd climb up the mountain of rubble that filled half the street and slide down the other side in a cloud of dust. I'd run through the carefully swept ruins of the clinic, where cleaned bottles, dusted bricks, and salvaged pieces of charred timber were arranged so proudly. At the shop on the corner, I'd ask Mr. Mauser if Axel could come out to play. And we'd go and find Werner, and maybe go swimming. It was that sort of day. Did it go all right, Werner? I phoned England an hour ago, said Werner. I knew it would be the first thing you'd ask. There's an armed police guard around your mother's house. Anything the Russians try won't work. The children are safe. Thanks, Werner, I said. Thinking about the children made it easier not to think about Fiona. Better still would be not having to think at all. Author's note. Writers are frequently advised to shape their stories along conventional lines. This means simplify the plot line, eliminate descriptive passages, emphasize and extend action, minimize characterization, and forget subplots. This sort of well-intentioned advice is apt to transform a book into a film script. Not a bad move, you say. That's true, unless you wanted to write a book. Coming to writing at a time when the formalities of such instruction were unavailable, I was likely to break one or other of these rules, sometimes all of them in one go. I suppose many writers are drawn to the problems of characterization. That certainly was my prime interest. Not just the characterization of the central characters, but of spear carriers too. Until Berlin Game, I had fretted and struggled as I tried to retain the pace of the action while expanding the reality of the people in the story. To give my characters a real, or at least a convincing, life demanded more space. Did giving them a domestic dimension mean pressing the pause button in order to relate the dull routines of mortgages, electric bills, children's ailments and traffic jams? No, that is not the way to treat your readers, unless you just don't care about them, and in that case you should be writing literary novels. I have always been a planner. I remain in awe of writers who complete a book in 10 days, as friends of mine do, and even more wide-eyed to hear others proclaim that they customarily don't know how their stories will end until they are writing the final chapter. I am far too timid for that kind of perilous pursuit. My writing life is littered with the notes of abandoned stories, and Berlin Game had been balanced on the lid of the litter bin for a long time. The basic idea attracted me very much, but there were problems that I'd not been able to crack. It was while on the final stages of Goodbye Mickey Mouse, a story about American fighter pilots flying out of England during the war, that I went back to some ideas about the man I came to call Bernard Samson. Goodbye Mickey Mouse had been described as a romantic war story, and although that seemed a surprising verdict at the time, I could not deny its validity. It was intended to be a book about a father and his son, but for many readers, the son's love affair with his English girlfriend dominated the book. The meetings of a variety of English characters with equally varied American airmen were just as important as the air battles. Yet, more than once, I regretted not being able to integrate the English characters with the battlefield conditions at the airbase. Why hadn't I cast the girlfriend as a nurse, or as a radio operator with an ear to the men fighting and dying? Well, that was another sort of book, and it was just as well I didn't write it, because it was not the sort of book I wanted to read, and that's always a deciding factor. But out of these ponderings came the idea that one could have a story in which wives and girlfriends were shoulder to shoulder with the fighting men. What about superior to them and in authority over them? And why not a spy story? I had a head filled with real-life espionage stories, and Berlin was like a second home for me. I had good contacts on both sides of the wall, and my wonderful wife spoke German like a native. Now the domestic dimension would not be so domestic. Pillow talk would concern matters of life and death. Fidelity would not just be to the marriage vows, but to the Official Secrets Act too. I scribbled these notes on the blank side of a US Air Force document that confirmed that I was physically fit enough to fly backseat in a Phantom jet fighter. This was the beginning of Berlin Game. I became so invigorated at the format I was drafting that I dismissed the idea of confining it to one book. What about a trilogy? Wait, what about 2 trilogies? Why not make a wall chart and see what it looked like? That is what I did. This must not be a continuing series. All the books must be standalone stories, with no dependence on anything that had gone before or anything that might come afterwards. Impossible? No. Just hard work. Speaking as a reader of books rather than as a writer, I have always measured a book's success by the way in which the characters were affected by events as the story progressed. This development, the way that experience changes the people in the story, is an important repayment to the reader for the time and effort he or she has given to you and your book. Change is not to be measured in elapsed time. For the Berlin family depicted in winter, almost half a century passed before the final page was completed. In Bomber, the airmen and the German civilians under attack from the air changed just as radically in little more than 24 hours. So the prospect of planning and writing many books using the same characters, each of them aging and changing, was both attractive and daunting. They would grow older, perhaps wiser or perhaps more foolish or bitter. They would suffer setbacks and ailments, delight, sudden death and despair. And in fiction, as in real life, there was no going back. An inconvenient death in book number 3 was not something I could rectify in book number 4. For all those reasons, the writing of Berlin Game, the first book, required more preparatory work than any of the subsequent ones. Here were the people, the foundation, upon which the Bernard Samson stories would be built and balanced. Vague characterizations might have provided a way of keeping the options open. Better to start off with strongly realized people who would clash and caper according to rapidly changing events. Anyone who spent much time in Berlin's eastern sector, and the zone too, could not fail to see that Germany's communist regime was shaky, although shaky regimes repressive enough sometimes continue for a long time. I certainly had no dates in mind, but as I have depicted in the books, there was a weakening of resolve, and the regime was becoming more impoverished every day. Fundamentally agricultural, with no exports worth consideration, and a middle class with no income worth taxing, the DDR was a living corpse. I had previously written of the likelihood of the two Germanys becoming a federation. The bureaucrats of both regimes were comparing pension plans, and the border guards were shooting fewer escapers, which had to be a good sign. While people in the West were talking about and even admiring the stability of the so-called German Democratic Republic, its rotten fabric was there for anyone who wasn't wearing pink-coloured glasses. I was further convinced of all this when mingling with the drunks on Ascension Day, and this is an experience that inspired the final chapters of Berlin Game. Collapse was sure to come eventually, but little did I guess that the wall would come down with such a spectacular crash. Telling the story of this amazing period was an opportunity that could not be ignored. You can see what a wonderful life I have enjoyed. Melvyn Bragg once interviewed me and told the TV audience that I was the hardest working writer he had ever met. I was delighted, but he was wrong. I have never worked at all. Wrestling with the problems of writing books was like a holiday, and the people I mixed with were a constant delight. There are no villains in Deighton books, said one reviewer, and other critics echoed this verdict. It was true. Finding somewhere some redeeming feature of those we don't much like is a moral duty and a satisfying task. Len Deighton, 2010. Cover designer's note. In November 1989, my wife Isolde and I had the pleasure of being in the German capital at the fall of the Berlin Wall, where I photographed many images of young and old citizens chipping away at the wall. Along with these, I photographed a number of versions of Berlin that had been spray-painted on the wall's surface, as well as the signboard at Checkpoint Charlie. There can have been no more potent symbol of division or barrier than the Berlin Wall, and it would always be a perfect visual representation of the city of Berlin, where so much of this story takes place. As Len Deighton's protagonist Bernard Samson penetrates beyond the wall into the eastern sector, I thought I would cut a door into the wall to symbolize his furtive activities. At the heart of every one of the 9 books in this triple trilogy is Bernard Samson, so I wanted to come up with a neat way of visually linking them all. When the reader has collected all 9 books and displays them together in sequential order, the book spines will spell out Samson's name in the form of a blackmail note made up of airline baggage tags. The tags were drawn from my personal collection and are colourful testimony to thousands of air miles spent travelling the world. Arnold Schwartzman, OBE, RDI. About the author. Len Deighton was born in 1929. He worked as a railway clerk before doing his national service in the RAF as a photographer attached to the Special Investigation Branch. After his discharge in 1949, he went to art school, first to the St. Martin's School of Art and then to the Royal College of Art on a scholarship. His mother was a professional cook, and he grew up with an interest in cookery, a subject he was later to make his own in an animated strip for The Observer and in 2 cookery books. He worked for a while as an illustrator in New York and as art director of an advertising agency in London. Deciding it was time to settle down, Deighton moved to the Dordogne, where he started work on his first book, The Ipcress File. Published in 1962, the book was an immediate success. Since then, his work has gone from strength to strength, varying from espionage novels to war, general fiction, and non-fiction. The BBC made Bomber into a day-long radio drama in real time. Deighton's history of World War II, Blood, Tears and Folly, was published to wide acclaim. Jack Higgins called it an absolute landmark. As Max Hastings observed, Deighton captured a time and a mood. To those of us who were in our 20s in the 1960s, his books seemed the coolest, funkiest, most sophisticated things we'd ever read. And his books have now deservedly become classics.
We hope you've enjoyed this Penguin audio production of Berlin Game by Len Deighton, read by James Lely. For more Penguin audio editions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Copyright in recording 2014. Text copyright Len Deighton 1983. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.